26 with the agency, as we all know, the Events DC. We will be streaming and recording the hearing on committee's YouTube channel named EAL. In addition to hearing from Events DC, we also will hear from public witnesses testifying about the Department of Employment Services. And the purpose of today's hearing is to review the projects and developments of Events DC and receive any public perspective on the Department of Employment Services performance during FY25 and FY26 to date. I must say, without hesitation, the joy that we have of having an opportunity to examine Events DC. As you know, Events DC is really the Washington Convention and Sports Authority. And it is the official entity that is responsible for hosting conventions, entertainment, sports, and cultural events in the nation's capital. When we talk about the District of Columbia, we're talking about many of their unique menus and the international clientele from all walks of life that also are here, including our various embassies, 180 embassies. And I must say, we boast a collection of properties unlike anywhere else in the nation. And when we get a chance, everyone should take an opportunity to tour the Washington Convention Center. It has one of the most grand collections of art in the city and probably in the region. Now, Events DC offers unparalleled hospitality for our millions of annual visitors with our globally renowned events such as the Cherry Blossom Festival and Passport DC. Most importantly, though, recently we say we pride ourselves on being the sports capital of the United States of America. Under the Convention Center and Sports Authority, it was created originally in 1994 under act called the Washington Convention Center Authority Act. And the Washington Convention Center Authority was created as a corporate body and an independent authority of the District of Columbia government. It is governed by a 12-member board of directors, 3 members, including the CFO of the district and the chief executive of the Hotel Association of Washington. And of course, the mayor, they serve as voting ex officio members. The remaining 9 public members are appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the Council of the District of Columbia. We're excited to have before us today the Events DC, and we will have an opportunity to talk with their president and CEO, Angie Gates, first, and then we'll move to our public witnesses to talk about DOES. So we'll ask Ms. Gates if you would come forward. We'll swear you in. And any of your team that will be joining you, there you go. All right. All right, and if you raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that any testimony given before us today is truthful and complete? Thank you. Thank you very much. And you may begin when you're ready, and be sure to remind us as to who from your team is also joining us at the witness table.
Fantastic. Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds. I'm joined today with our Executive Vice President, Dr. Stephen Johnson. Also, Veronica Taylor has joined me. She's the interim CFO, and Nicole Jackson, our General Counsel And with your permission, I would love to show you a video that highlights all of our accomplishments during fiscal year 2025.
Please, that's exciting.
We are Events DC, Washington, D.C.'s official convention and sports authority. Events DC continues to welcome thousands of residents and visitors across all of our venues to enjoy spectacular concerts, captivating culinary experiences, and our remarkable roster of world-class sporting events demonstrating our city's resilience and spirit.
This past year, we held 428 conventions and events throughout the city that attracted an estimated 2.7 million residents, tourists, and guests. We had 44 citywides and mini-wides that helped bring an estimated economic impact of more than $815 million. We also made history with the naming of Care First Arena in Ward 8, a true representation of partnership and purpose.
We increased our community grant awards to $750,000 to support youth programs in sports, performing arts, and culture. We also expanded our global reach all the way to Brazil with our cultural exchange with Rio de Janeiro. The LEED Platinum certified Walter E. Washington Convention Center continues to host record-breaking meetings and cultural experiences while supporting organizations whose missions align with our goal to impact and elevate everyone. Our sports portfolio continues to show history-making growth, hosting and supporting global events with local flair.
Where's my Events DC team at?
We build high-profile partnerships such as the redevelopment of the RFK campus and bringing the Commanders home to DC.
This year, we proudly announced that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, a moment that is not only historic for the district, but for our entire region.
Firmly cementing our place as the sports capital of the United States. We are Events DC, world-class people delivering world-class events.
I hope you enjoyed the video. And if it's okay, I'll proceed with my
Yes,
testimony.
please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairwoman Buns, members and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Angie Gates, and I am honored to serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Washington Convention and Sports Authority, known as Events DC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am joined by Dr. Stephen Johnson, Executive Vice President, Nicole Jackson, General Counsel, and Veronica Taylor, Interim Chief Financial Officer. In November 2025, I celebrated my third anniversary as President and CEO. Over the past 3 years, our team's creativity, commitment, and resilience have driven meaningful progress for the communities we serve, our partners, and the district as a whole. Our board of directors, led by Chairman Leif Dormsjo, continues to guide us with a clear vision for excellence. Our mission is to create unique experiences that result in jobs, economic impact, and lasting memories for residents, tourists, and guests. Our vision is anchored on 4 core commitments. Our events entertain, employ, serve as an economic engine, and elevate everyone. In the coming year, we are advancing our strategy to go global while staying local, expanding Washington, D.C.'s reach on the international stage, and investing deeply in our communities. Events DC operates across 3 core lines of business: conventions and meetings, sports and entertainment, and our Emmy Award-winning Creative Services Division. We support a diverse portfolio of 11 venues, including the LEED Platinum Walter E. Washington Convention Center, the RFK Campus, Nationals Park, and the Care First Arena. Fiscal year 2025 was a noteworthy year for Events DC. Key highlights include hosting 428 conventions, meetings, and events across the district, drawing approximately 2.7 million residents, tourists, and guests. Our events and operations generated over $815 million in total economic impact, which includes an estimated $310 million for World Pride 2025. Notable events included the Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated 57th National Convention, the USA Men's and Women's Rugby Doubleheader, Passport DC, the homecoming of the Jordan Brand Classic, the return of the WWE, and more. We were proud to announce that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, which will be a monumental opportunity for our local economy, hotels, small businesses, and hospitality workforce. I'm also pleased that our collaboration with Mayor Bowser, the DC Council, and the community helped bring Washington Commanders home to the sports capital. Our commitment to all 8 wards continues to drive our work. This past year, we received the highest number of community grant applications in the program's history and awarded $750,000 to 66 nonprofit organizations. Additionally, we allocated $4.5 million to organizations through multiple large grant and youth programs. We also expanded the Events DC Academy, offering hands-on training and workforce pathways to district residents. We continue to promote Washington, D.C. as a world-class destination. Our cultural exchange with Rio de Janeiro showcased the district's dynamic, creative, and music communities internationally. We continue to elevate our brand through strategic marketing of global activations such as the Clipper Round the World Yacht Race, the Mubadala City DC Open, and international sporting events. In FY25, Events DC remained steadfast in our commitment to supporting the district's economic growth, expanding opportunities for residents, and elevating Washington, DC as a world-class, family-friendly destination. I am grateful to the Events DC team and board, our partners, residents, and visitors whose support enables us to fulfill our mission. We are world-class people delivering world-class events. I want to thank Mayor Bowser, the Council of the District of Columbia, this committee, and you, Chairwoman Bonds, for your ongoing support and leadership. Together, let's continue to build a vibrant future for our city. I welcome your questions, and I look forward to our continued partnership.
Well, thank you very much for getting us off to a very good start. I think we should begin by making it clear that Monumental Arena and Audi Field are not a part of the portfolio that you're responsible for. So if the public has questions about those entities, they are privately owned facilities and are not in our governmental facilities. So I just want people to understand that. We got a call from a gentleman who wanted to talk about Audi Field. So I said, maybe we need to start by letting them know that that's not our bailiwick today.
Thank you.
But we do have exciting venues that the authority is concerned with. And I wanted to start with the Washington Convention Center. When we talk about the 400 plus activities that were held through the authority, were most of them centered there at the convention center, or are they in the facility, or sort of all around?
The majority of the events that we highlight are based at the convention center, but we thought that it was very important to try to use and diversify our portfolio. So for example, we did increase the bookings at Care First Arena. Now we'll have an annual Mother's Day concert, but we also did activities throughout in the community as well. And so we thought that it was important to not only focus on the conventions and meetings, which is our foundation, but utilize any and every opportunity to activate our other venues as well.
So what are the number of events that you had during FY25 that were held at the Care First facility?
So I can get the number for Care First. I have the numbers before me for the convention center. We did 114 events at the convention center. 18 of those events were citywide. The convention attendance for FY25 was 718,561. In the room nights, I just would like to highlight that was 445,000, and the economic impact just from the convention center and overall was 815,251,000, and that does include some of our other venues and highlights throughout the city. I don't want to guesstimate an incorrect number, but I can get you the exact number for Care First Arena. I want to just first start, the Washington, the Mystics, their entire season is at Care First Arena. In addition to the Mystics, we also have the Capital City Go-Go games at the arena. In addition to that, we've also utilized the arena as an opportunity to elevate our youth sports. So we had the Jordan Brand Classic there as well. I just mentioned earlier our Mother's Day concert, which is now going to become an annual event. And then we've also worked with some boxing promoters, Davis Boxing, for that as well. So at Care First Arena, so inclusive of the St. Elizabeth's campus, as well as Care First Arena, it was a total of 171 events during the fiscal year. But that would include Care First Arena, Rise Center, as well as Gateway Pavilion. So it would include those three. And we also have the CAA men's and women's basketball tournament coming up, and that's a big highlight there as well. But it was a total of 171 events for fiscal year 2025, inclusive of Rise, Gateway, and Care First Arena.
All right, so you're helping us to understand that not only are we busy at the Washington Convention Center, we're also busy at the facility. 171 plus the 114. Yeah, that helps us to understand that. I want to get that point out because I don't want anyone to think for a minute that we're underutilizing any one of our facilities. So I thought that would be.
And Chairwoman Bonds, in addition to that, under our Cultural Affairs division, we do a lot of community events across all 8 wards. So not only do we activate doing art all night and events like that, but we have events throughout all 8 wards. And that's very important to highlight because we're not only focused on the economic impact from tourism and hospitality, it's also important that we invest in our local community as well.
Okay, so when you give us this number of $815 million economic impact for FY25, that is specifically what was generated through the Washington Convention Center, or is that the sum total?
So, to the total, not just the
Okay.
convention center, the
Okay.
total. The total, so it could include also, for example, WWE. That would include like WWE, which I'm, very excited about. It had been almost 20 years since WWE had been in the market. So that event alone was 39.7 million, that we were bringing in as we prepared for our FY26. But World Pride, for example, that was like amazing. That was 300, I think it was 310 million. So when you look at that $815 million figure, World Pride was an international. Now, we did not reach the economic impact that we anticipated. I mean, we were looking to almost double that. But just say if World Pride did not exist at all, that would have been, roughly $315 million that, wouldn't have been part of that economic generator for Washington, D.C.
All right. And so when we talk about World Pride and WWE, those are kind of like well-known, big ticket kind of exciting activities. And together, you're informing us that they generated, what is this, 40, 50? About a little more than 350 million of your 815.
For WWE, that was like a great start for our FY26 for quarter one. The World Pride would have been part of that 815 million.
Okay.
And one of the things that is important from that perspective is these are new visitors. The majority of, so for WWE, I'll start with that as an example. It was a sold out event, over 19,000 tickets sold, but 15,000 were out of town visitors, not only, regionally, nationally, but internationally. WWE, for example, was the largest grossing gate, which was the largest amount of money spent for an event at Capital One Arena, in Capital One Arena's history. Not only in Capital One Arena's history, but for the WWE Arena history, that John Cena's final match was the largest grossing number. That event brought in $2.3 million in just taxes alone. Overall economic impact, 39.7 million. It was roughly about 270 jobs created just from that one event. The timing was perfect because we had the holiday market and we did a big fan fest prior to the event. So the local businesses had an opportunity to get an influx of these patrons during that period of time. And that all generates back into the economic impact. In similar situation with World Pride, patronizing our restaurants, staying in our hotel. All of that is a residual effect, using the rental car services, using public transportation. All of that is economic drivers. So it's the convention center and the meetings, that's our foundation, and we have to keep that going. But I have this concept that I've been using internally. I'm calling it the double C factor. We want people to come, and we're going to do everything to come. So that's one C. But the other C is we have to create what doesn't exist.
Yeah. And so in looking at your third bucket, the creative bucket, so what have you decided we're going to be doing in this summer? And how are we going to make money for the city, the money that we use to influence housing and to make sure that people have the necessities that they need and our young people are all situated and we have health care for everyone. So what are you going to bring to the table in the way of revenue, you think, during this coming summer season?
Well,
Let's say June, July, you've got the 250th anniversary of our country. You have any specialties that you're pulling together for that?
Yes. And we're super excited because this is a rare opportunity where we're celebrating the 250 years, but we're really focused on DC's 250. So we are doing various activations. We're expanding our passport DC footprint. So we're engaging also what we have the second largest number of embassies here in Washington, DC. So we're taking some of our staple and tentpole events, and we're expanding that, particularly doing Passport DC. We're also looking at Walking Town DC to get people out on foot, walking, patronizing, the different businesses. We've been working very hard with some of the conventions as well to have them come in, not only the larger conventions when we're talking about from a citywide perspective, but some of the smaller conventions as well. But during the summer months, where we use this as a good opportunity, particularly at Events DC, is the festival grounds at RFK. So the festival grounds at RFK, that is our opportunity to leverage up sports, entertainment in our festival season. So that is where our focus will primarily be as far as booking regarding Events DC.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I guess public, please stay tuned and plan on being involved in all of this. Wanted to, what is the role that Events DC play in the operation of World Pride? We talk about the amount of economic impact that it had, but what specifically are some of the things that your office is charged with in order to make an event like World Pride happen here in the city?
Well, we are, as the Sports Authority, we are definitely part of a bidding process because people, have choices where they go. We just talked about the NFL draft. Like, we worked on that for 7 years. World Pride, we worked on that probably about 5 to 6 years as well. So we take a lead effort in working with the organizers in explaining why it's all the valid reasons for you to come to Washington, D.C. And we lead those efforts and work collaboratively with Destination DC. And as part of the Hospitality Alliance, we also work with the Hotel Association under Solomon Keene. We work with President Sean Townsend with the Restaurant Association, and of course with the city, and leverage up how we can deliver on the expectations. The beautiful thing about World Pride, it wasn't just the city aspect of loan and coming here from the cultural standpoint, not only the local culture, but we also have 11 venues in our portfolio. So in addition, that we had as a bonus is we had the RFK Festival grounds to use as a leverage up opportunity as a standard infrastructure to host the World Pride concert for multiple days and have the team and the capability to do that. So serving as a one-stop shop to be able to justify why an event should be here, but also to take it from concept to completion. That was our role.
Thank you. And when we talk about the Cherry Blossom Festival, what do you do there that would be different from what you just sort of described, the promotional piece, making sure, I guess, all the leases are done for any of the locations that we are using as an organization?
We work very closely with Diana. She's wonderful. We love the Cherry Blossom Festival. We actually serve as the presenting partner for the Cherry Blossom Parade. And so we invest in that parade, which actually brings tourists and guests, as well as our local community from all over. And so to be able to present this national parade here in Washington, D.C. is a huge caveat in overall plus to the festival. One of the things that I want to highlight particularly with the Cherry Blossom Festival, and it was one of the things that I just noticed in general, and we talked about this collectively as a team, is how we're engaging everyone. I talked about our core values, one of them being elevating everyone. And when we looked across the landscape, we wasn't necessarily doing a touch point with elevating everyone. And so I'll give an example, our legends, our district legends. Some people refer to, seniors. I say legends because the legends have built the legacy and the way. But we announced the Blossom Tea Party. And we did that as part, and that was something new. And it engaged our legends across all 8 wards here in Washington, DC. And in addition, people have started to come in regionally for that event. Another opportunity for us was the youth. So not only do we focus on youth sports, but we wanted to flip the script a little bit and engage our youth a little bit more with cherry blossoms. And so we did Blossom Kicks for Kids. And this gave DC public school students an opportunity to show their creativity and artistic savviness. And they did tennis shoes. I think this year they'll be doing cleats. And we took their artwork and then had it on display. And it was a benefit from a few different perspectives, because last year we also activated a storefront downtown for this event. So it's also reinvesting back into our community, not only from the youth perspective, the Legends perspective, but activating the storefronts downtown as well.
Well, tell us about your engagement with Fiesta DC, which I see as a more local kind of flavored activity, different from World Pride, which everyone across the nation and outside of the country came to.
Yes, Fiesta, and it was huge this year. The Fiesta DC event, it happens around the same time as we're celebrating 202 Create Month. So I want to thank Director Foster for her support for 202 Creates Month and the entire LCTFME team. But doing Fiesta DC, it goes back to making sure we're elevating, engaging everyone. So we wanted to make sure, especially with our audience, the Hispanic audience and the culture, is highlight that as part of the fabric of Washington, DC. And a lot of people came in and traveled regionally, nationally, and internationally. The talent was extremely robust this year for Fiesta DC, and the crowd was large. And what I've noticed, particularly with Fiesta DC, same thing happens after the Cherry Blossom Parade. After the parade is over, people instantly go to the restaurants, or they go and they, invest in our Made in DC or our local shops. And bringing the large group together is a great opportunity with like a Fiesta DC. And there was a lot of good dancing going on too.
Yeah. I'm really trying to highlight the many different types of creativity that come out of this authority.
Yes, yes.
So it's not just a stale play with the physical facility, and it's nothing like that. It's about people, it's about activity, and it's about helping us with that. So
yes.
that's my goal.
Thank you.
So talk about Awesome Con.
Awesome Con. Awesome Con is awesome. Yet again, Awesome Con, Otakon. This has become the home here in Washington, D.C., and it's so interesting. I think that may be a little mini doc we need to do through our creative services team. But, to have the audience come in costume and highlighting the K-pop culture. I mean, it shows what our capabilities are here in Washington, D.C., and at Events D.C. in particular. But the economic impact, I believe it was Awesome Con or Otakon. It was one of the highest grossing numbers for Metro riders that weekend. That it was either Awesome Con or Otakon was in town, because they used our public transportation. And so last year when those numbers came in, it was the highest grossing ride service that weekend since the pandemic. And yet again, it's an economic driver. So I often say our events, some of them, they're a party, but it's a party with a purpose. And it ultimately drives the economic engine for what we need here in the city.
I appreciate that. And then the auto show.
Yes, the auto show. Gosh, I saw some very impressive cars at the auto show. What I love the most about the auto show is the camaraderie of the community, and watching the guests come in across all 8 wards, and watch, individuals from the DMV come and patronize. There's a youth zone within the auto show that's really, strictly for kids. They think they're driving somewhere. I guess they're on they're on the highway going somewhere. But in this particular, so it's such a family friendly event, and it's an economic event that's affordable. You you can get family 4-packs, you can get tickets in advance. And so it's an economically affordable event. And then a lot of tickets are also dispersed throughout the community. So it's a collaborative effort. And working with John has just been absolutely amazing. I saw a few vehicles that I was like, oh, I hope to get those one day, but I would have to sleep in that car if I purchased it. But it's a community invested event. It's great to get the dealerships and these business owners involved and engaged, but also I learned a lot just about sustainability, and also I thought was interesting, a few students trained and received some scholarships to train like as engineers through that program. So it's not just a show with display with cars on the floor. There's some scholarship opportunities that's done. Another thing with the Washington Auto Show that we're doing at Events DC is we're layering events where we could utilize our grand ballroom during the same time as the auto show. So we were able to do Crew of Pyros, Mardi Gras Ball. So it was literally Mardi Gras in Washington, DC. And those patrons had an opportunity to enjoy the car show, as well. And they were staying in our hotel room. So it was also good to have a collaboration of a couple of events going on at the same time as the car show.
That sounds really great. And I say it sounds great because it's far more than what even your video can depict. You're generating the energy of the venues and the activities. And I think we need to hear more about it.
Thank you.
That's just I've been here all my life. So
Thank you.
I think people need to know, and they need to know that many of the activities are family friendly. Certainly, they will not cost more than maybe a couple of Starbucks, just something like that. People need to know that these are events that they can enjoy and benefit from, other than just us collecting the tax from the ticketing or because we have the show, but it actually benefits the entire community. So I hope you'll keep that up. In fact, from the 17 events that you have, you indicate you completed during the first quarter of FY26, I did a little math and discovered that you've generated about 8,970,000. If I subtract from the 17, the 5 that were citywide. So it tells me that there are events that are coming in. So that's pretty good.
Yes.
That's even higher than what you generated in FY25, right, Mr. Johnson? Yes. So I've been looking at what we're generating, because while it's all fun and we're trying to connect community as much as possible, it is also about what is the purpose of your authority. And that is to make sure that we have a tax or revenue stream that we can depend on. So we appreciate that very, very much.
In the tourism and hospitality industry, the one thing that we know for sure, people will gravitate to where they feel comfortable and what they love. People love sports. They love entertainment. They will travel and gravitate to that. And being that tourism and hospitality economic driver is really key. And that's what's going to sustain us.
Thank you for that. One of my questions was that we've heard that the Care First Arena located at St. Elizabeth's is viewed as underutilized. I think you have squashed that thought. You've given us an array of things that are already coming from that institution or that facility, and so thank you for that. I do want to know, what role do you have in the operations of the sports venues that happen in the city? And I know you have the commanders that'll ultimately be available, but do you have any? You mentioned the Mystics, the Go-Go, and youth sports. So what is your role there? I want to make sure we articulate that side of the coin as well.
No, thank you for that question. So Events DC is the official sports authority. So depending on the day, I may wear the sports commissioner hat. But we are heavily engaged, not only with the teams that are within our venues. We work very closely, as I mentioned earlier, the Mystics, the Go-Go's. We work very closely with Monumental Sports as well. And not only for the sporting aspect of it, but also we partnered with them when we worked on WWE. Nationals baseball team, we're heavily engaged with Nats Park, and that's one of our stadiums. And no, DC, the Audi Field is not our venue, but we do have the Events DC Lounge that you can see very, very clearly. But I work very closely with Danita Johnson. We were just on a call talking about how we will activate the city doing the FIFA, even though we don't have a FIFA World Cup game taking place here in Washington, D.C. Part of our role is to see how we can still drive all the fans that are coming in, pulling them from Philadelphia, pulling them from New York. And so working directly with D.C. United and President Danita Johnson on that is a role that we would play as well. Of course, we are working closely with the Mubadala City DC Open. That's a tennis tournament that activates the Rock Creek Tennis Center. And the Commanders, working with the team, not only on the RFK redevelopment that has taken place, we've been engaging with the team throughout the year, as well as we lead up to not only the business side with the demolition and the redevelopment, but just the activation of doing activities here in the city.
Would you be involved in the, what is it, Formula 4 race that we're having on, I think, August the 23rd?
Yes.
You
So
will be involved.
So up to a point. It's not been our traditional process of bidding on the race to come to Washington D.C. But our goal is to engage and help in any way that we can from a logistics standpoint. Also see what other activities we can do to engage our community and our residents. That is not a project that we're leading, but we're definitely here to assist and help where we can.
So that's in August. Have you thought about some of the local flavor that we can add? Venues, special menus, I don't know, things that would generate excitement from the general public.
That's very important to make sure that we can create a level of accessibility and also highlight some of the race car drivers that we have here, right here in Washington, D.C. Although Raja Caruth is NASCAR, but he's one of 5 African-American drivers that's actually here in Washington, D.C. So engaging someone like a Raja Caruth, engaging that opportunity to have a local touch regarding the sport in general, because this is not an activity that you would typically see taking place here in Washington, D.C. But I think it's going to be important that we create that touch point and remove any gaps or disconnects and make sure that there's a local impact that's generated, and then elevate the individuals we have and create an interest for the next generation to come in race car driving.
Also, in your response to us on question 11, you said during the FY26 budget process, the council approved $500,000 in reoccurring funding for Events DC to support the district's designation as the sports capital of the United States. And you stated that you have yet to be allocated to this amount of money to a specific event. Do you have any plans for utilizing this money, or do we need to just put it in reserves for another project that perhaps needs this money?
Chairwoman Buns, there's no need to put it in reserves. We actually definitely will be using those funds. I think for us, what's really important is how we take any level of investment and double that and triple that amount from an economic impact perspective. So there are a couple of things that we are looking at and considering. We actually go through a review, in-depth, open, transparent review process. And when we look at anything that comes our way, this is particularly driven for us elevating as the sports capital. Right now, we're doing a sports study. And so we wanted to get some of that information and feedback back from the sports study, and we will be presenting that to the council as well by April 10th. But we wanted to take some of that information and factor that in with how these dollars will be spent. But at the end of the day, when we look at any level of investment, $1, $500,000. What's the return on that investment? Quite often we look at the financial return on investment, but we also look at the community and the economic impact of that being an investment as well. So we have a couple of things in the pipeline that's being considered. I do want to get some of the data back from the study before pressing forward, but the money will be used.
All right. I guess I'm thinking, of course, that are you thinking, or is the authority thinking about how we can get more of our young people engaged in sports, not just as players, but I'm particularly interested in having a career, an opportunity to work in that arena, and to build a career and have a future. And I wondered if you were thinking that some of these, it's not a lot of money, $500,000 is not a lot, but it is enough to tantalize some young people to go through specific training opportunities, to explore where they might be able to settle, being a manager, being a scout, that takes a unique, skill. So just wondered if you were considering that.
Chairwoman Bonds, that's very important. Let me just say for the record, I would not be sitting in this seat and being blessed with this position that I'm in now if I didn't look at the alternative ways to be engaged with sports. My master's degree is in sports management, and that is what intricately has led me to be in this position. So I can speak, as a living testimony to how important that is. And so for us, a couple of things that we have been looking at is when we bring in events like the Jordan Brand Classic. It's not just about, and that was a big win for us. But when we bring in events like the Jordan Brand Classic, it's looking at opportunities for our youth to shadow what's happening behind the scene. Like before you go and you shoot the first basket, it takes, putting the court down. It takes marketing to get the fans in the seat. It's things like endorsement, deals. All of that plays a strategic role. We've also worked with Howard University. They have a sports camp, and a lot of that is like management focus. In addition to that, there was $1 million investment in 2025 that was strictly geared through grants for youth in sports. And that was, the need was there, and the focus was more on the management skill set of it, as well as doing things like sports summits and tech summit. But the youth is our next generation. And so what happens behind the scenes is just as important. And that's, very job oriented compared to what may be on the court. Everybody, doesn't get drafted. Everybody doesn't have the opportunity to be on the field of the court, but that is very important. One thing that just recently came up in a discussion is from a sports writer perspective, engaging some of our youth to be sports writers. And that recently came up from a journalism perspective, that we're talking about partnering with one of our local newspapers and engaging a youth to go out and cover some of the different high school games.
Wow, we probably will be able to get some assistance from the Washington Post sports writers that
Right.
they may make themselves available. I think that would be fantastic.
And DC
Wow.
Vault has really been very active as
Yes.
well in activities with the sports and in youth and engaging that as well. And that's a different, sport. I don't have a strong enough arms to do that. I don't even know if I could run with the pole, but that's important. But to your point, recently with the post, I would love to engage a youth writer.
That would be wonderful. You recently implemented a new grant management system called Smart Simple, and it's resulting in a reduction of 30% on the application time. Can you talk a little bit about this system and how it's, I hope, the wave of the future and how we will be able to expedite all these systems and applications that people find within our government
Yes.
somewhere?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I will say it took us a minute to discover this alternative. We want to be very thorough, very fair, take a very open and transparent process when we are awarding these grants. And when you're using, the team and using people to be reviewers of the grants, it took a lot more time. There was a system in place that could do an initial review from making sure that all the documentation was there, would help us do like a preliminary review of the applications. And that's been very beneficial for us. This past year was the largest number of grants that we've received in the program's history. And we ended up awarding like 66 grants to nonprofits, but we have to realize that technology will only enhance and help what we're doing, as a team and as individuals. We want to get money out the door as quick as possible, but we want to do it in a fair and efficient manner. And this new software system has allowed us to do that, and we're grateful for it.
And what was the total dollar value that you used for grants in FY25?
So for Events DC, we issued $750,000, and I want to thank the board. There's a community grants, cultural affairs and community grants committee, and the board collectively agreed. We see the need, and so that increased from 500 and increased by 250,000 to 750,000, and we were able to get those funds out the door. And that's just Events DC. We had the opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, we received $1 million grant. We were able to get that out of the door last year. And then we did that. This was not necessarily youth related, but we worked with DMPED on a large grant as well for large scale events. And that was $3 million. So by the time you add those three up, collectively, it was roughly about $5 million that we distributed in grants in 2025. And I do think that is also important to highlight as one of our roles at Events DC. I think quite often people would instantly think Events DC as a grant making, authority, if you will, but to be able to distribute $5 million in 2025 and see the instant impact of that is important.
Well, I certainly agree with you on that. Does this smart, simple system also help you with monitoring, tracking whether or not the money is being spent in accordance to the agreements?
Yes, so it helps from a data perspective. It helps with the monitoring and tracking. But me being the person that I am, I don't only rely on the system. The cultural affairs team also will assist with that as well. And one of the things that we found that was of important value is not only with adding that software system to the portfolio, is also adding opportunities for learning and training for these organizations to apply. And then we also did a bilingual training as well. And that was something that we added to our portfolio. So the new software system that we have, yes, it will collect the data, help with tracking, but we also have added some additional enhancements with the advanced training, how to apply for a grant, have the individuals on staff that if they actually pick up the phone and call the organizations and people to help you walk through a process to get you what you need. And then adding that bilingual training programs, I think was very important as well.
So you mentioned, so are the recipients of the grants primarily non-English speaking groups? Is that the
I would say
focus?
primarily. There's some that are not. And then when you look at the variety of the nonprofits, you know, it's scalable. You have some nonprofits that have been in existence for an extended period of time and have a robust maybe department that can, you know, handle the grant applications. But that should not negate those other nonprofits that may be a nonprofit of 3 people or 5 people. And so we know that it was a need there, but primarily we just wanted to make sure that we were being equitable and diverse in how we were giving everybody an opportunity to learn what was necessary to have a fair shot to apply for the programs.
And so the announcement that you put in the public domain about this opportunity to receive a grant, what has been the focus, and will that continue to be the focus of the request for responses?
So for the announcement, typically we'll do a cycle 1 and a cycle 2 for grant applications. The primary focus of the grants, though, are youth or sports and cultural affairs related. So it is limited to that line of acumen business-wise. It typically has to either be cultural related or sports related.
So if I have 12 young people in my neighborhood and they're doing soccer and they're also learning how to cook, that might be something of interest.
Yes, yes. And in addition to our grant program, we've also developed the Events DC Academy. And that's something that was new and that was launched a little over a year ago. And this was also another opportunity for someone that was interested to work in the hospitality workforce. That was our opportunity to look at racial equity and create a workforce pipeline. Quite often what can be so disappointing and deflating is if you have the training, you have the certification, but you can't get the job. And so one of the things that we did at Events DC is create a program that provides the training, provides the experience that you need by making sure that you can get employed at the end of that program. We had 5 participants in the Events DC Academy, and all 5 were employed by the end of the program. We also thought that it was important to look at vocational opportunities, and I'll let Dr. Johnson speak to this. We engaged the Carpenters Union because everyone, you know, it's a different role to play. When you look at these events coming in at the convention center, you know, before you go in for your meeting or your event, a lot happens with electrical, carpentry. So I would like Dr. Johnson just to also share about the vocational program we have with the Carpenters Union.
Thank you, President Gates. As President Gates stated, Events DC has made significant investments in the career employment of various individuals here in the District of Columbia. We launched a Events DC Academy in partnership with the International Carpenters Union. This program is an 8-week program. It launched last fiscal year, FY25, in which this 8-week program was for DC residents. Several of those were returning citizens, so it gave individuals an opportunity to learn vocational training, not in just the general carpentry, but also trade show carpentry, to work in the convention center and trade show industry. And also it serves as a great pipeline, as President Gates indicated, but learning skilled trades. At the end of the program, there was a graduation. At Events DC, we gave the tools for individuals to be successful. We gave them a tool bag and the actual tools. This program not only focused on skills, but also focused on those soft skills, such as financial literacy, opportunities for individuals to learn how to work in the workplace in terms of conflict resolution, but also it's the hands-on training that was on Saturdays in terms of with the Carpenters Union. It's been very successful. It's a program that the Walter Washington Convention Center hosts, and other convention centers are looking at it, even as far as Philadelphia. But it started right here in Washington, D.C., and we're very proud of this program.
Thank you very much. You're saying for the academy, you had an enrollment of 5?
For the Events DC Academy, yes. And then for 2026, we're going to go up to 7. And then the number of individuals that was in the carpentry.
So the carpenters for FY25 were 10. So that's additional. So it was 10. And this year we launched it again with President Gates' support. So we have an additional 10 that's currently in the program at this time.
So for FY26, it'll be roughly about 27 touch points.
And you're sharing with us that all of these individuals, they go through this academy training. They're trained and they know that there's a job there and they go to that job.
Yes, yes. That was very important. So over the past 3 years, just looking at the hospitality workforce landscape, we felt that there was a need there to create a level of consistency, but create a legitimate opportunity. And so we've taken initiatives not only within Events DC, but we've partnered with other businesses and organizations that are in need of, specific hospitality roles. And so we found that, people would instantly be disappointed, and we want to keep as much in DC as possible. So we want to, educate, create that pipeline for our district residents, and then utilize that as an opportunity to have those individuals work at Washington, D.C. businesses. But yes, the end result for everyone was employment, and that was very important.
And are you going to, or do you have the capacity to track whether or not after 18 months they're still employed?
We have the capacity to do that. We have primarily been focused on them getting the job. We'll do a check-in, roughly 2 months or so in, 2 to 3 months in. The 18-month, we can implement that.
Well, I'm asking these questions because I'm new to your organization,
Yes.
as you well know. And I must tell you, what you have shared is earth-shattering.
Thank you.
Because so frequently in this committee, we hear about a workforce training, but it does not necessarily lead to a job.
Mm-hmm.
And when it does lead to a job, it's usually a 6-month report out.
Mm-hmm.
After 6 months, we don't usually have the data.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in fact, I know we have to have a different approach to our workforce conundrum, because that's what it really is at this point. We have jobs. There are jobs plentiful in the district. It's just that our residents are not the ones that get those jobs. And many of the training programs tend to be more regionally focused, unfortunately. So that means that we still don't get the lion's share. But we are the work center of the region.
Yes.
And so everyone can come in DC, get a job, but they take their income back to where they live. And that is a major concern. So we want to have people who live here, work here, keep the money here.
Yes, yes.
Keep the focus here. And so trying to put in place that kind of workforce plan is where my head is, during this my last year. So that's what I'm up to.
But we're gonna
Sounds like
support you.
you're wonderful. Sounds like you have some real, because we're also talking about jobs that work for this area. We can dream of creating spacecrafts, but we're not doing that as far as manufacturing it or shooting up into space from Washington, D.C. So we have to focus on those things that we know are apparent for the District of Columbia and the surrounding area.
Chairwoman Bunch, you're absolutely right. My grandmother used to say, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. And that is something that we stand on at Events DC. And it starts with us. Our name, Events DC. So we have a due diligence to do whatever we can to provide opportunities for DC residents. And a fact that I want to share is with the number of jobs that we hired over the course of 2025, 63% were DC residents. And that was very important. But if it's important, we have to be intentional. So making sure that the individuals have the skill set, that's key. And so in addition to have the skill set, having the character that's needed to go with the skill set. But I'm very, very proud to say, and I have to thank our human resource team and just the intention that 63% of our new hires were district residents at Events DC.
All right, and that's a tremendous success story. So what will be the success story at the conclusion of FY26? Will it be 83%?
What? 83. I'll strive, but my goal will be to be higher than 63. And it's going to continue to take effort.
Yes.
And just like we did a increase in the Events DC Academy, with every year, it's an opportunity for us to strive to get better. At some point, we may see 83. I don't know if we'll see it in 2026, but at some point, we may get there.
Well, I appreciate the spirit, and if you can keep it growing,
Yes.
because it sounds like you have a model that really works.
Yes.
And it can be very beneficial. So thank you so much for that. When you are a member of your academy, as a participant, do you provide transportation, lunch stipend? Tell me a little bit about if I were there to participate.
Sure. As a participant, we don't provide the transportation. Interesting enough, there are throughout the course of the programs where we will provide meal and food and beverage. It's not every day, but particularly if we have a special training or a special event throughout the program, food and beverage will be provided. I think the biggest opportunity is when we are looking at providing the employment aspect for you. We look at partnering with the organization, and we look at filling the gap if there's any financial disconnects in order to be able to, compensate you for your job.
And just to add on to what President Gates stated, she stated we provide meals, a full meal that's provided, but also to remove those barriers, because we recognize that various individuals who are part of our programs, they have various barriers. So in order to remove those barriers, we do provide transportation card, i.e. a Metro card, just to make sure that we provided a Metro card, we provide meals, and just to make sure that those individuals, all they have to do is to show up, because again, we have individuals who are returning citizens, they may have transitional housing. So we recognize that individuals have challenges. So as a part of Events DC under President Gates' leadership, we make sure to remove any type of potential barriers for learning and to create an access for all.
So how do you address childcare needs as an example, or housing needs? I started with you and I was fine. I was living with my mother, and something happened. I have nowhere to go, but I'm struggling to get to the classes.
Now that's a great question. I want to say one of the things that we first start is with an empathetic approach. Going back to Dr. Johnson's comment with barriers, if you are in need of assistance, we have our through our HR department, we provide resources and ways to accommodate what you need. So if childcare is, challenge at that particular time, we don't just say, okay, well, too bad, you're out of the program and we can't help you. We make sure that we pass you to an organization with someone that can pick up the phone and assist you with that need for that period of time. We also have engaged CBEs and some other entities that may specialize in particular areas that can assist us with the transition of someone that may be in need, to point them in the right direction, to sit down and talk to someone if housing is a challenge. We have to be empathetic and mindful of anyone's situation, and those topics have come up. So we've asked managers, supervisors. We have what we call Strive for Five, and that is the foundation that we stand on it. And one of it is teamwork. So when you're in a program, whether you're a Events DC Academy, if you're an executive, we have to come together as a team to get you what you need. And it works both ways. You have to come in, and we'll meet you halfway to try to get you what you need.
So you're informing us that you've actually seen some of these situations where you've had to step in and come up with a process.
Yes.
And is there a contingency fund that you use to fuel this process, or is it favor to favor? I'm just trying to understand it, because your model seems to work.
Yes.
And all that makes it happen, we need to know, because it can be replicated, hopefully.
So typically, how it works is we'll work directly with organizations or nonprofit organizations that offer the service and can provide a stipend when someone's in need, provide assistance with housing. And so we will go to those individuals and ask for the assistance.
All right.
And this is something that these organizations, primarily nonprofit organizations that we work with, is what they normally do from a business perspective.
Right. Well, do you see the authority expanding the academy? I know you gave me some figures, but I mean really expanding it so that, let's say, you have 50 participants. Just wondered.
We would love to get there. I think that what's going to be key, and as a matter of fact, we're going through our budget review now. And so even when we increased it by 2 in 2026, we had to adjust some things in order to make it work, but this is valuable. This is important. And at the end of the day, it's changing the life of an individual. And so we would love to see that number grow. We would love to see that number grow, and it's going to really come down to the financial funding and the investment, because being able to provide the training that's needed, but assuring the job aspect of it, that is where we would need to make sure that the funding is there to sustain. But the end result of the 5 individuals that come back in, it's more than just a thank you. This is something that changes their lives. And if we can see that number grow and develop, that would be life-changing for that many more.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm thinking about the 16,000 jobs that the RFK campus is to generate.
Yes.
And I know that will be over a period of time, 10 years, 12, 15 years. But I'm thinking in the immediate, the skill sets that your training programs generate can be used now throughout carpentry, hospitality, what have you. So just wondered if we have workforce programs all over this government that are supported, I'll say, through the various government resources. And it just seems to me, if you suddenly had 5 million, we might see a little more activity. Now, I know that you have your fund. I'm not necessarily speaking of your fund,
I understand.
but I am speaking of workforce dollars that are expended every year by this government. And thinking about how you might be a player that can help with your model, success models. So
No, that's a very valid point. And I think or I should say, what I know you have indicated today is if we're making that level of difference as a silo at Events DC, if we are now seated at the table, I believe you have a DOES, coming up later today. That is a valid, great conversation that we can have and utilize how we can work together and partner to leverage up these opportunities, because we're much stronger together. And I think if nothing else, just having this conversation and dialogue at this very moment is going to lead to a meeting getting set up with DOES and a few other entities to just further talk about it, because we know it's a model that works.
Yes, yes. And we also have our charter schools that, also turn out a tremendous number of graduates with jobs.
Yes.
And so that also is very helpful. It seems like everyone is attempting to make it a level playing field, but it takes a lot to get there. And when you have a model that works, I'm just suggesting we need to embrace it. So I'll be looking forward to how we can do that.
You're absolutely right. And it's interesting, even with resume development, like we can't assume, like we for 5 seconds assumed and realized we can't assume, like we got to do it from start to finish. We have to help with the resume. We
That's right.
went through a resume building and helping, making sure like resumes get done. And so at the end of the day, I think this is why we're all here and why we are serving and utilizing these opportunities that we currently have, and while sitting in these seats to make sure that we're preparing for the next generation and giving those an opportunity to elevate and grow. And so we will do our part. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have a meeting in the very near future to see how we can take the silo aspect of what we've worked on and what we've done, and how we can utilize that as a playbook, if you will, to expand upon.
That would be excellent. And you, of course, know about the WIC, the Workforce Investment Council. Certainly, you should think about having a seat on that body.
Okay.
Because those are the various enterprises throughout our community, the different disciplines. Metro is there as an example. And it would be very useful, and the Health Association be very useful. Again, in the health world, it's not just being a doctor, a nurse, or receptionist. It's also basic. What happens in a hospital environment? You have to keep it clean, things like it. So it's more than just those usual things, technician that we think about. It's more about jobs, a way of life for people to take care of themselves and their households. So that's where we have to be in this continuation of the new normal, so to speak, since COVID.
Yes.
It's a different world that we're trying to, travel through.
Well, Chairwoman Buns, you just revalidated my double C factor, and I think that's the beauty and the role of being able to work with my colleagues and work with the Events DC board each and every day. It's like, we're focused on people coming, but just what we've created in this discussion along, we're focused on creating jobs with economic impact and with people coming to town and our guests and tourism and visitors, but we also can create these jobs by these programs that we're offering as well.
Just for you added that. So now I have to add this. You made me think that how how sensational it would be if for all of the activities that you described previously that you've been able to accomplish, if 50% of the workforce that's engaged in making these things happen came through, a
Program.
stream of training,
Yes.
hiring, that would
Yes.
be, in other words, we begin to produce our own workforce
Yes.
to make
Yes.
these projects happen.
Mhm.
That could be really exciting.
Absolutely.
And then I would say, I think I do want to live in the District of Columbia,
Right.
Yeah, you certainly want to be in the region.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. We may send you a few additional questions because I tend to be pretty verbose and I want to cover a lot, but I also don't want to have you all overstay your time. I know you've
Well,
got stuff to do.
we're on whatever time that's needed. So
Okay, all
we're
right.
in no rush.
Okay. I have to ask, because my sisters and brothers in my age category wonder. So what is being done to support seniors in the district who want to enter the workforce? Do you have any room for seniors? Because we hear from veterans, as an example. We know we have some federal dollars that come into the district for veterans and for seniors in particular. So earmarked for those categories, as well as for young people. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about senior jobs.
No, absolutely. And we need our, as you say, seniors, I'll say legends, our legends. We need our legends, and we need a reliable workforce. If somebody wants to work, we're happy to accommodate that. And one of the programs, we have our Events DC ambassadors, and our Events DC ambassadors program has been a robust program. We have found that our seniors, AKA our legends and our residents, have really enjoyed. It provides a flexible work schedule. Events DC is not a 9-to-5 organization. It's a 24/7 organization. It's not just the convention center, but it's opportunity to serve as ambassadors across other venues within our portfolio. And this is the guest experience. I mean, it's the guest experience. It sets the tone, whether someone is going to start off saying, I love this place. Someone actually said, good morning. Someone actually, asked if they could help me. And it's not just about the help or what may be needed over the course of the day of what's happening in any of our venues, but you would be amazed. People want to also know what's happening in the city. What museums, what restaurants would you recommend? What activities? Are there activities, for any type of history activities or any type of art activations, things of that nature. And so our ambassadors are really ambassadors for the city and for the district collectively. And that particular program would be a great program for our legends here in Washington, D.C.
All right, we're going to take you up on that. When I talk with DACL, I'm sure they will be very curious about how we can maybe channel some seniors into this ambassadorship program. Sounds great.
And since we're talking about our wonderful residents, I do want to also highlight an event that we launched at Events DC. We have the Legends Ball, and that's something that is new, and we work with DACL on the Legends Ball and engage our legend residents across all 8 wards. And it is absolutely amazing. I mean, coming out in the finest fair, fair and gear. And then we've also activated game nights with our legend community as well. And we've done that in the 4 quadrants of the city. And it's really fun. It typically ends up playing games, but then you end up dancing at the end of the night. Hand dancing. I need to step up my game on that.
Okay, game nights. All right,
Yes.
so it's beyond just regular bingo.
Yes, no, let me tell you,
Okay.
yeah, you better be ready when you sit down at the table. So,
Okay.
everything from spades, pinochle, all games.
All right, so now I will ask then, can we get a schedule from your office
Sure.
about the different activities? We'd like to put it in the newsletter that we
Oh,
give,
yes.
and so people
would be
will know
great.
exactly what's going on. And if there's a way that they have to apply to become a part of something, if you would let us know
We will send
that
you all the
as well.
information.
Thank you very
We
much.
definitely will.
As it relates to our youth, you supported youth-based enrichment program across the city. I think you said you did more than $5 million. That was one of the questions you answered. Who were the primary recipients, and what are some of the services that we are offering our district youth?
So for the youth, it was about, I think we did 66, if memory serves me correctly, for the nonprofits. The $1 million was out of the 5 million that was strictly youth related, along with the 750,000. So $1,750,000 that was strictly youth related. But it was mostly, well, not mostly, it was all nonprofits. Some were after school activities. Typically like training, sports training. Most of them also would go into some of the youth activities as well as RFK fields. We use our soccer fields for a lot of the youth activities as well. It was a couple of summer camps that were engaged in the summer of 2025 as well. There are also some art programs that were tied to the youth nonprofits that were awarded. And once again, it was across all 8 wards that these 66 organizations represented.
All right. Well, here we go again, talking about how we're divvying up our money and where we're getting bang for our buck. And, there are other parts of our government that have after-school programming, summer camps, and what have you. Have you approached this subject with Parks and Recreation and some of the other entities that give grants so that we're not, so that we're spreading it around, so that we're really reaching young people that participate, reaching young people that can benefit from it or will want to benefit from it, want to enroll? Do we have any deficits, I guess, in any parts of the community when we think about deficits? That is, do we have neighborhoods that are not, that somehow are left out and we don't realize it? It just seems to me it would be very useful to at least have, maybe you could start this as the authority, maybe we have a task force that takes a look at these, this expenditure of after-school, summertime programming for our young people.
Yes.
So that we can really fill gaps where we know we need to be, and not just have one neighborhood just like having a really great time and a neighborhood a mile away is kind of left out.
No, that's totally valid. So Director Freeman and I, we were just on a call together actually yesterday, but I can chat with her about some of the other programs that they have along the DPR, at least what they offer. I know they do a robust number of programs, especially in the summer. So we should discuss that a little bit more in detail. Also, part of the reason that there was an increase, and I got to thank the board again, the increase from the 500,000 to the 250,000 is going directly back to what you just touched on, the need of increasing funds and opportunities, particularly in like Ward 7, Ward 8, we start to see a larger increase of applications in those areas. And so it was very intentional for us to make sure that we were fairly processing where things were needed the most and where the services were needed the most. So I think it's twofold. One, we should, similar to what we just talked about with the workforce opportunity, really sit down and have a cohesive conversation to make sure that we're covering all of our bases and not leaving out any community or entity that is not included in the process, to make sure that we're taking a holistic and an inclusive approach.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about the Strive internship program?
Yes, we have the Strive internship program. And actually with this internship program, it's typically at a college level for our interns. And these interns are also compensated for their work and their services. So similar to, in some cases, we've had some individuals that are getting college credit, but we also want to build up their resume. So it's not just an internship from a perspective, it's a job. We expect you to come in on time. We expect you to do the project that you're being held accountable to deliver on. And it's no different than an executive team member, VP team member, a manager. We're training those Strive for 5 interns. You're in the workforce now, and we're making sure that we also provide a stipend and a compensation for them as well.
And how many did you have in the program in FY 25?
2025, do you know how many we had for 2025? I'll get the number.
All right.
I may have it
Okay.
10.
You have 10. Okay. And what is their tour of duty? Are they there for a year or 2 years? You say they're college students or?
Yeah, we do 2 programs for our Strive for 5. The program is it 6 weeks or 6 weeks? And it's in the summer. And typically, we don't just place the students. We ask, what's your career path? What are you interested in? What are you minor? What's your minor? What's your major? So we can place them on a pathway, a career pathway. And so we would typically just say if it's communication, we'll align that particular intern with the communications department. If it's technology, we're finding a lot of people interested in technology. We'll align them with our TMD department. And that way they're getting real hands-on experience. There's also, the creative services. People may be interested in legal. Gosh, what's so interesting about the legal participants that actually ended up leading into employment for an intern in the legal department. You want to talk about it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, we had one of our interns from Howard last year who interned last summer and has stayed on board while she's finishing out her 3rd year of law school throughout the year that we've hired as a casual employee. So, and she's been a tremendous benefit to our department. So we're glad to have her.
Very good. All right. Well, we're getting it done. That's just 1 second. Okay. All right. So we want to talk a little bit about the draft and how you're organizing for the NFL draft.
Yes, we're excited. This is like a major, major accomplishment. We have been working on the draft for several years. And so it's coming to Washington, D.C. It'll be on the National Mall, 2027. We are looking to bring an economic impact of $250 million. That is what we're striving for, to have as close to nearly 1 million visitors for the draft. But it's not just about seeing who's up next on the teams. It's also engaging our local businesses and making sure that they could be a part of the process. So as recently as last week or 2 weeks ago, the NFL representatives were in town working closely with the DC Chamber of Commerce as well as the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber, and basically going in through a sourcing program of the process that you need to be engaged with a variety of activities and services that are going to be needed with the draft. So we have a due diligence not to just focus on the draft and getting it set up. And, now that we have won the bid, we got to execute and deliver. And it's not that it's a easy lift, but we'll get it done. But we want to also make sure that our local businesses can take advantage of this, rare opportunity while the draft is taking place.
So have you identified a defined number of local jobs or jobs that local people may have an opportunity to do during this venue?
Yes, we've just started developing, looking at the overall economic impact and the jobs that will be available, particularly during that weekend period of time with the draft. So we have started developing those numbers and those figures.
All right. And is there a deadline when you would have a completed plan that would speak to the economic impact and jobs?
Well, we've run some some preliminary economic impact for,
Okay.
which is the 250 million. I'll have to get the exact
Okay.
job number, but we do have
Okay.
what we've estimated from the
All
draft.
right. I'm looking for, yes, job numbers, but categories, the type of job.
Oh, so
that
I
we
can share
think-
that. Yeah, I can share
Yeah.
that with you. So
Yeah.
it's going to be an array of staging, for example. Staging, it's going to be a massive amount of staging. There's going to be a lot of audio and video needs, as well as food and beverage needs. Of course, there's going to be needs that are transportation related. And there will also be needs that are tied to security and public safety. And I probably should have started with security and public safety first, because that's the number one priority.
Okay.
So those are some categories. And then there will also be community outreach opportunities as well to engage the community across all 8 wards. So it'll be community engagement as well, and communications.
All right. So there'll be some opportunities for training, workforce training, and hiring new individuals, but you would not be doing that. The contractors that you bring on board would do that.
Yes, it'll primarily be the contractors and primarily the local businesses that will be engaged. But that was one of the topics that also came up during the NFL meeting, and things that we've talked about before. So not only with the NFL draft, typically when we're looking at opportunities of events that we want to partner on, we just had the same conversation with WWE. It's not what's happening in the here and now. The draft will come and it will leave, but what are you leaving behind?
Yes.
And so for us, we definitely look at that. Who's being trained? Who's going to have an opportunity to take that skill set and leverage it forward. And so these are all the type of discussions that we have. But yes, there will be opportunities, but it will be primarily through those vendors that will be providing the services.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you all sharing with us this morning, because it is so important for those who go through training to know that there is a real job that they're training for, and that not just that job, but that job will I'll be put to work doing things,
Yes.
and that there's a life once you have gone through training, a life that, yes, you'll have a paycheck, but you're also using your skills and you're seeing what you produce through the use of your skills. So that's why I'm really pushing on this workforce new venture that I'm hearing about that Events DC does, and thank you so much for that part.
We definitely will. And for our Chief Financial Officer, Veronica Taylor, I know that this is something that we can work with her on with looking at budget opportunities, particularly to
Yes.
reinvest in our workforce. Anything you want to add there?
Just want to say that I'm really excited about the things, as I told you when we did the meet and greet, that Events DC and under President Gates' leadership has done. Just the pride as a native Washingtonian, as well as the pride as an employee with Events DC. So I'm excited to help her figure out, from a budget perspective, what we can do to enhance these programs.
Well, thank you very much. RFK, you are the administrative point for RFK campus. And now that's the whole package, right? All those acreage, correct?
Currently, yes.
Yes, well, currently, yes, of course. And so what does that mean in real terms as to the role that Events DC will or does have?
Thank you for that question. So we are fully responsible for the RFK demolition that's taking place. I'm sure if you drive by the stadium location, it's like, what stadium? A stadium was there? Because we've been able to be very effective and efficient in getting the stadium down. We're working actually with the CBE on the demolition, Smoot Construction DC, which is a CBE. And so our responsibility at this time is to make sure that we prepare a site that's ready to put a shovel in the ground to construct the new stadium. And we're on track there. We're slated to be done with the demolition in the fall. So October 2026, we plan to be done and be able to have the space prepared. Now, separate and apart from the demolition site, we oversee the RFK fields. We also oversee the DC Armory and the DC Vault area, as well as the RFK Festival Ground, and it's a skate park over there as well. So those are other areas that's within the campus that we oversee.
All right, and so the construction of other facilities on the acreage, the hotels, I guess we're going to have some retail area, and then of course the housing. That's not a part of your package.
No, that's not a part of our direct responsibility and accountability, but I actually sit on the Executive Policy Committee. There was a new office formed, the Project Management Office, which is led by Brian Hanlon and Senior Advisor Lindsay Parker and City Administrator Kevin Donahue. So I will continue to work with them in the process, but Events DC will not be responsible for the housing aspect and the restaurant and business aspect of it, but we'll definitely be engaged in those conversations, but not accountable for it.
All right, great. Demolition. You responded to us in the oversight questions. You stated that RFK campus development presents a material, financial, and operational exposure without adding funding and governance mechanism. Can you describe what exposure you're speaking of and how additional resources would remedy this exposure?
So one of the things that we're going to continue to look at, and we're super excited to continue to work with the mayor's team and work with the council on what's the final outcome, as well as the team and the community, as what the final needs will be for the redevelopment of the RFK campus. Depending on the role that Events DC will play, we will look and analyze what will be necessary to fulfill that role to the fullest. There's some discussions with us serving as an executive or the administrative authority, if you will, for the campus. And so we want to make sure that we're able to fulfill those duties and obligations. A couple of things that we've been talking about separate and apart from the demolition aspect of it, which is within our budget. We'll be covering all of those expenses. I think as we get into the administrative authority side, we will kind of just work very closely with the PMO office and find out what's needed, and we'll make a determination at that time if we will need some of the additional support.
Okay, I think I recall that already the authority added $180 million for garage construction. Am I correct?
Yes.
Is this garage the one that is, I hear from the public, is going to be towering and what have you? Tell us what this 180 million is supposed to get us from your perspective.
Yes. Well, one of the things that it got us is the Commanders are coming back home to Washington, D.C. And so we were super excited to come on as parking partners with the city and offer that support of the 181 million. And I have to thank the board for their support and guidance with that. And it is strictly tied to a parking structure. One of the things that I've done a couple of times is I actually have gone and knocked on doors and talked to the neighbors in the neighborhood regarding what are some of the needs, what are some of the concerns, or what are some of the thoughts. And parking was one of the things that came up. Even before RFK redevelopment came into play, this was a discussion when we were just talking about the festivals that were taking place at RFK. But we are going to be playing a role in that in helping provide the financial needs to construct that facility. The exact location of the facility, the parking facility, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so there's two opening day parking locations. One that will be what's currently in Lot 8 of RFK, which I think they're calling the Riverfront District, and then one that will be in the sort of park recreation district, at least that what's currently planned. Those plans are still shifting a little bit, but that's what's currently planned. And so our funding is contributing to that. The garages will cost more than that to construct, so we're sort of helping fill the gap for that, for the construction of those garages.
So the parking facility that you are 180 is providing is the one closer to the stadium or further away near the waterfront?
I think it's a contribution to the overall cost of parking.
The overall, okay, all right,
Both
okay.
parking facilities, yes.
So whatever we have, you're the parking partner, as you indicated.
Yes, parking partners. And we have stood on the premise of hearing directly from the community of just, with an influx of visitors, of course, public transportation would be used quite often, but we wanted to be able to answer, and that concern and that response and address it with that parking investment as a direct result of hearing directly from the community.
Well, thank you for that. I'm looking at your responses to question 27, and you give us a mouthful. You give us a first, a second, and a third when you talk about the significant operational or financial risks that you see Events DC facing. For the record, would you want to summarize the first and the second and the third?
Sure. So one of the things that we just wanted to talk about is the DC auditor's report that was provided. There is a position and a posture that the auditor indicated that there was an excess cash amount that was due to the district, roughly about, the overall amount was roughly about 85 million or so. We were in agreement of the 17 million, but it was a disconnect on about 68 million. And so one of the things that I just wanted to level set and further indicate that we go through an excess cash review process annually, and it doesn't just begin and end with Events DC. We have those numbers validated with a third-party external auditor. We have those numbers validated with the Chief Financial Office as well. But more importantly, we follow the bond document and the bond indentures with how we calculate that amount. And so although we are not in agreement with the amount that was shared by the DC auditor, the one thing that we definitely agree on, and I'm glad that we have had this conversation, is Events DC will be coming to the council on an omnibus legislative packet. We've realized in this process that the biggest disconnect is the need to update our legislation. As you know, it was the Convention Authority as a sole entity. It was the Sports Authority as a sole entity. Since that time, we've merged. Since that time, we have 11 venues in our portfolio, and the legislation doesn't necessarily speak to all of those expenses that need to be reflected when calculating the excess cash. In addition to that, there's a whole capital plan, projects that we have 47 projects that we're working on from a capital plan, perspective as well. And so the common ground that we are on with the DC auditor is that it is a need to update the legislation, and that we will be doing. But those funds that we've just recently talked about, the investment of the 181 million, that type of posture could impact that investment. So we also want to make it clear that with Events DC, we run our operation on the dedicated tax that we receive, along with some of the revenue that we receive from operating. But all of that, ultimately, from a reserve or excess cash perspective, is really what causes our business to operate daily. And so I'll have our CFO add to that, as well as our general counsel.
Yes, I just want to, as it relates to the excess cash calculation and to President Gates' point, the way we've calculated and interpreted the legislation has been consistently applied for the past 20 years. So to now have the DC auditors come in and make their assessment, as President Gates has noted, we definitely agree that it opened our eyes to the fact that legislation needed to be updated to support the fact that when it was written, we're a different organization today, where the original legislation just focused on the convention center. Today, as she says, we support the sports and entertainment divisions. We operate 6 funds. 5 of those funds are used, dedicated tax revenues are needed to support all of those funds.
Well, I want to thank you for that, because if I were to read this legal language into the record for the public, they would say, okay, let's start all over. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think you did a great job of telling us without clear legislative authority and a sustainable financial framework, Events DC will face execution risk and funding uncertainty. That's one of your statements. So thank you very much for that. I like for the public to know what's going on with our organizations that come before us. So that, and you got to skate on this. It's okay. We're new together, so it's all right. You got to skate on it for now. But we may have a few additional questions, which we will happily submit to you. Let me ask you, as you talked about the dedicated sports and entertainment incentive fund, that's one of the 6 funds, I guess. You mentioned 6, or is that one?
Yes, so one of the things that we are looking at is not only in DC, but this is information that we're also gathering from the sports study, is identifying not only the different projects that we have happening, like the RFK redevelopment, but how to put programming once we cut the ribbon on the stadium. So we're looking at industry best practices and trying to really drill down and do some exploratory research on incentive funds that can really keep us competitive at being a destination of choice, looking at bid opportunities. Because right now we're talking about things that are going to be taking place in 2029, 2030, 2031, but those conversations are happening now. And that's part of the discussions that we're having as we're preparing for our budget. You know, we have our 5-year financial plan, but we have a 10-year outlook. And as we're looking ahead, we've got to identify ways to remain competitive and looking at some type of incentive fund infrastructure that will allow us the opportunity to continue to get an NFL draft, maybe even a Super Bowl. I'm going to speak that into existence. But we want to look at the incentive funds, but we want to compare it to best practices across the nation. And we may very well be coming back to the council to have further discussion on that.
All right. And so the 6 funds that you have, what are they?
Sorry. They include, of course, our Washington and Convention Operating Fund. We have the RFK Fund that supports the RFK Fields and the Armory. We have the St. Elizabeth Campus Fund that supports the Care First Arena, the Rise Center, and Gateway. We still maintain our hotel TIP fund for those bonds. We have a capital fund and a marketing fund.
Okay, all right. And so you're thinking you might need to add this incentive fund?
Yes, I love to win them all, Chairwoman Buns. But I think that is very important. Washington, D.C. as the sports capital is going to be crucial that we function at that level and have a seat at the table. And so looking at an incentive fund will allow us to have a seat at the table, but it'll allow us to be competitive now for what's going to take place in the future. These decisions are getting made now. When the NFL draft is taking place in 2027, the discussions that's going to be taking place in the room is going to be related to 2030, 2031. And so this incentive fund is going to allow us to have a seat at the table, remain competitive, and further elaborate on all the reasons why this is the sports capital, and give us an opportunity to possibly do some entertainment residencies that can sit in place here in Washington, D.C. It also, we've worked on our convention side of the business where we've had like an opportunity fund, but this is going to be important for our future and for the sustainability of what we need to do to remain the economic engine.
All right, well, thank you for that. Finally, how does the federal administration affect your operations, if at all?
That's a great question. So there's only one DC. But I do think that the federal climate, what may be said, sometimes the perception is not necessarily the reality. And so with any tourism, any hospitality, any leisure travel, people have choices. And so one of the things that's important to us is that we elevate Washington, D.C. for the cultural, city that it is, for the diverse and vibrant culture that we offer here. There's a lot of free, opportunities, free museums, things to attend. But, the voice of the city is going to be important for our tourism and our hospitality residents and visitors, well, not residents, but visitors that are coming to town. When you look at World Pride, for example, World Pride 2025, we had anticipated something closer to a $700 million or so economic impact. During that particular period of time, the climate and the marketing and the welcoming, if you will, of Washington, D.C. may have been perceived in a manner where everyone didn't necessarily feel that this was the year they wanted to come to World Pride. And so for us, it's going to be important that we speak on one voice. This is the nation's capital. This is the nation's capital. This is the sports capital. And we want to make sure that that is what is at the forefront of tourism and hospitality impact. This is a very safe, family-friendly, world-class destination. And that is what we want everyone to know and be aware of.
I just wanted to add, under President Gates' leadership, with the federal government, particularly with the federal government shutdown and also various destinations, particularly internationally, restrictions in terms of travel, U.S. travel, Travel USA has had reports, but under President Gates' leadership, she's been able to diversify those non-traditional events and activities to come to the district. So when we talk about WWE and other type of entertainment and other activations under President Gates' leadership, she's been able to do that. Also through partnerships such as with DC United, President Gates joined with Ethiopia. Of course, under Mayor Bowser established the sister city relationship between Washington, DC and Addis in Ethiopia. As the partnership, we had the DC United versus Ethiopia, which brought in substantial number of individuals, not only region, but internationally, by the fact that Washington, D.C. has the largest population of Ethiopians outside of Ethiopia. So there's been some threats. However, under President Gates' leadership, we created opportunities. There's also with the taxes in regards to leveraged on various goods and services. We've been able to have partner with our service providers to find creative ways to offer opportunities for our customers. Most of the associations, particularly in the convention and meeting space, are right here within the DNV, the American Psychological Association, National Medical Association, et cetera. So those were organizations that weren't able to, their attendance rate went down in regards to meetings and conventions. However, again, under President Gates' leadership, she's created opportunities to partner with organizations such as the Capital Volleyball Classic, which was something that targeted youth in terms of very important in terms of our strategic initiative, youth sports. And that was during the September timeframe in terms of Labor Day, which was very successful. People just don't attend those events in terms of their guardians or their parents, but the grandmother come and other members come as a part of the community, and they had a significant impact on our destination. So I just wanted to highlight some of those those potential threats that we turned into opportunities under President Gates' leadership to really fill the void of the slight decline in terms of on those traditional conventions and meetings.
We also had the USA team versus Canada doubleheader with the women and men's, I believe it was the rugby doubleheader. You know, people came in internationally for that as well. And so it goes back to a comment that I made earlier, like with sports and entertainment and especially for youth events like the Volleyball Classic, normally you'll have the youth that are playing, then it's the parents, it's the grandparents, it's the aunts and uncles, and people will travel for those type of events. And I think that is where we have a responsibility and a due diligence at Events DC to make sure that we focus on what we can do locally versus a federal, posture.
Thank you for that. So are we also going to have cheerleader competition and stuff
That
like
came
that?
up. That came up a couple of months ago, and I think that is something that we have not looked at, but we should, because there's a huge audience for cheerleading. But that came up a couple of months ago. But that's definitely something we need to look at. That's something we
Yes.
definitely need to look at.
Yes, please do. I hear about it, from friends and family in the suburban communities.
Yes.
And my granddaughter was in one of those, and believe me, it is huge.
That's yeah.
Absolutely huge.
So we'll definitely look into
So-
that. That came up a couple of months ago, but that's untapped. That's an untapped area that we should explore as well.
So do you all have a requirement to coordinate with federal agencies whenever you're doing an event? I mean, is there something, some protocol that you must follow or?
It depends. It depends on the event. I mean, when we had NATO,
Yes.
it was everybody involved in NATO. So we have to be very agile and flexible and be prepared to engage everyone from a city service perspective, everybody from DDOT, the Department of Transportation, with getting logistics in and out to Secret Service. And that's and I have to commend the Events DC team and say thank you, because to have just a week or so ago, during the Washington Auto Show, we also had a 5-star general in the building and a delegate from the Middle East. No one would know, but we did have to restructure things in such a way to make sure that we met the safety and security needs and obligations that's required, while at the same time making sure that, there was public accessibility. But we often do have to interface with a plethora of agencies. Did you want to add?
Yes, just to add to President Gates, also federal agency, we, particularly with the RFK demolition project, we had to engage in several, not only district government agencies, but also federal agency, the EP,
National Park
Service,
National Park
Department of
Service.
Interior, as well as the Environmental Protection Agency in regards to submission of our assessment of potential risks and how to mitigate those risks, and had to be approved even prior to receiving the raised permit from DC Department of Buildings.
And so when we initiate an activity and need the assistance of the feds, do we have to pay for the Fed service? And when it's likewise something we're asked to engage with them, do they pay the bill?
That's a good question. I think it's a case by case basis. For the most part, when it's security related, they come with that service, themselves. So I think on our end, if it's anything that's city, specific or specifically related, depending on if it's our event as Events DC or event planner, someone that's running the facility, then there may be some cost involved, and those costs are directed either directly from the event planner to, whatever service is needed. But when you have a situation like a NATO, they typically come with the service and the security that's needed. And then we have to, be prepared to make adjustments where need be.
And you arrange the parking and what have you?
If you can park for something like NATO. As a matter of fact, I could not work out of my office during NATO, but we had NATO. I'll sit next to the plant in the lobby. I don't care. Let's just do whatever's necessary to get it done.
One of the questions we also sent you was through the Office of Contracts and Procurement, Events DC actively increases participation by district small businesses by using methods such as sheltered markets. Can you speak about sheltered markets?
Sure. So we have made it a point, can I just first share this one outstanding highlight? So our CBE goal with going through the contract and procurement aspect was 20 million, and we exceeded our CBE goal and brought in a goal and reached 36 million. So I just want to highlight that for the record, because it took, once again, intentional efforts for the team. But going back to some of the sheltered markets, we make it a point to make sure for particularly RFPs, making sure that there's an opportunity to engage some of like the Washington Informer to get information out to certain organizations like the Washington Informer. I know we've also utilized some of the Hispanic job search software businesses to highlight when there are RFPs that are available, to make sure that we're giving everyone an awareness opportunity for what we have to offer at Events DC. We also have taken a concerted effort to not just, do things from the computer. We've gone to different trade services. We've gone to different business expos, and actually have had our contract and procurement team that's there to help share what's coming up from an RFP perspective, but also walk through the process of the things that would be needed. Anything you want to add?
No, thank you. As President Gates stated, our team is Office of Contract and Procurement, not only have received information via dc.gov, but also we've gone out into the community and conducted workshops and partnerships with DC Chamber, as well as other entities. We also work with DSLBD just to make sure that we also provided technical support for those CBEs who just need a little bit more assistance.
All right, well, thank you for that. And thank you for the information I received about the national parks lease.
Yes.
That update is very helpful. And we won't discuss it in the open today because it's being negotiated. So I think
Yes.
that would be unfair to do that. But you are very much on top of that, and thank you very much for it.
And thank you for your support there. And what I will say is we will get the lease done, and I'll leave
Yes.
it there.
Yes. With first source impact.
Absolutely. I
Yes.
heard you loud and clear. So we will take care of it. It will get done, and First Source will be at the top of the discussion
Be a
point.
part of it, yes. I have to ask, as you look at your portfolio, do you pay any leasing fees on any of the properties, the 11 locations?
Leasing fees on the 11 locations now? Nicole, am I missing?
No, we don't.
All right.
We don't.
I don't.
We own it, the government owns it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
All right, I'm henceforth asking all of the agencies that come before me because there are some that have, extraordinary lease requirement. And we're trying to keep a handle on that so that the lease square footage represents the real workforce.
Mm.
And the workforce need. And some have lots of space, but very few employees. And it may be a condition of what was planned many years ago, but nevertheless, we're at a point in our government where we want to make sure that every dollar is accounted for in such a manner that we can see results from it. And so we don't want to waste anything. So I'm asking all of the agencies about that.
Chairwoman Buns, just to add to Nicole's comment, so the 11 venues that are within our portfolio, there's no lease associated with that. We do have office space at 800 K Street, which is across the street from the convention center, and there is lease that's associated with the space there. We have the 8th floor and 7th floor at 800 K Street. So
And you have personnel.
yeah, we have
in those-
personnel there. That was
Okay.
part of the challenge. When we came back from the pandemic, there were about 108 vacancies. And so we have quickly fast-tracked that over the years. I think we're like at about 26 vacancies at the moment. And then I don't know if everybody was necessarily happy with me regarding this decision, but we needed people to come to work and be in the
Yes,
office. It's the
yes.
tourism and hospitality industry. So the ability to work virtually really is not an option for us. And so we needed the additional space. And so that space is one space is completely occupied, and we're looking to build out another space to expand for our staff.
All right. If you would be sure to send me those numbers when we have budget discussions of
Sure.
what our cost is.
Sure.
All
We'll definitely
right.
send you that.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your attention to our agenda today. And I'm looking forward to not just cheerleading, but all these other things that you are doing and a wonderful summer program. And thank you. Thank you again.
And thank you for this conversation. As a matter of fact, we're departing with some homework and some good homework to get done. And you've really have us thinking about some additional opportunities to continue to make a
Yeah.
difference. So we appreciate your time.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank you all.
much.
Thank your entire
Thank
team.
you.
Thank you. We will take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and we will now hear from the public witnesses on the Department of Employment Services. And thank you all for your patience. I know some have been here for a little while, so. much. We are going to return to our hearing in progress. And we will now have the opportunity to hear from public witnesses regarding the Department of Employment Services. And I'll just quickly go through some of what the Department of Employment Services does. And again, I want to thank everyone for their participation today. DOES is the lead labor and workforce development agency for the district, with a vast array of programs and services available to both current employees and to job seekers. We will hear from perhaps community partners as well as individuals today about their experiences with the programs and services offered by DOES. The committee plans to focus on several issues and areas of interest today. One, the agency's priorities and performances, adult programs like the DC Infrastructure Academy and Progress Empowerment, labor standards, including the Office of Wage Hour and its work on fighting wage theft, youth programs such as the year-round youth program, out-of-school programs, and the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, and the Career Ready Early Scholars Program. Also, the Office of Apprenticeship, Information and Training, employee benefits, including unemployment insurance and universal paid family and medical leave, and programs related to seniors and veterans. With that said, I want everyone to know that the entire written testimony will be a part of the record. So if you have not submitted your testimony, please email it to seal@dccouncil.gov. And I'll ask the witnesses to keep their remarks within 3-5, minutes or so. I try not to cut anyone off because I want to hear what you have to say, but just be conscious of the time and decide whether we want to be here till midnight or not. So, but I know that sometimes it takes a while for people to convey their what they want to say. So we will start with our public witness. I have Elena Eschner, Zachary Ragone, Anthony Francavella, and Andre Gallowitz. If we have, all right, we have all four. Thank you very much for being here, and we'll start with you, Elena. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Bonds. My name is Alana Eichner, and I am one of the directors of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. So we're an organization that works for the respect, recognition of the approximately 9,000 domestic workers who work in Washington, DC. Our members do incredibly valuable, but often unseen and unrecognized work. If anyone here had a nanny care for your child, or a house cleaner keep your home orderly, or you've entrusted a home care worker for your elderly loved one, you know how important this work is. But despite the importance of this work, domestic workers work for extremely low wages. They receive very few benefits, and violations of the law like unpaid wages, unpaid overtime, pay below the legal minimum wage, or the inability to take paid sick days are commonplace in the domestic work industry. I'm here today because DOES is the key agency in the city with responsibility for spreading public awareness so domestic workers know about their rights, ensuring employers comply with workplace laws, and enforcing workplace laws by receiving and investigating wage claims if a worker thinks their rights have been violated. I want to note a few specific successes in DOES's performance over the last year. Last year at this performance oversight hearing, I noted the extreme fear that immigrant workers in our city are facing right now, and how this presents for most an almost insurmountable barrier to file a government complaint if your workplace rights are violated. We implored DOES to do everything it could to make the process of wage enforcement accessible to immigrant workers, including our recommendation that the field on their claim form that asks for a social security number be removed. Because workers have labor rights in this country regardless of their immigration status, and DOES has made very clear to us that they enforce labor laws regardless of immigration status. And so there's no reason for a field on the form asking for a social security number to exist, because you don't have to have a social security number to have labor rights in this country. We're really pleased that in the last year, DOES took this advice and they republished their wage forms in all languages without this field. And we hope this is a small step toward immigrant workers knowing they can enforce their rights through the wage claim process at DOES. The second success I want to note is that in September of this past year, DOES hosted their inaugural Wage Theft Awareness Conference. They invited various government partners at the state and local level to present information about wage and hour laws, and they invited community partners like ours to invite our members and to have exhibitor tables to share information about our work. I want to laud DOES for proactively focusing on wage theft, which is an extremely critical issue, and providing informative content, including Spanish language interpretation, that our members appreciated at that wage theft conference. I encourage DOS to continue to build additional partnerships beyond with our organization that really reach broad groups of low-wage workers with the information they're offering, because at that particular conference, for instance, we were really the only organization that had brought working class people, workers, to the event, and the rest were government and nonprofit professionals. So there's more work to do to really reach workers in the city with the information they have. And then I just want to close by using my testimony today to make the committee aware of two glaring exclusions that exist in the law still for domestic workers in DC. Federal rules have protected home care workers having the right to minimum wage and overtime law since 2015. There was an Obama-era rule that gave home care workers federal overtime and minimum wage protections. But however, this current administration in the White House has plans to overturn the Obama administration's 2015 rule that guarantees home care workers wage and hour protections. Once that Trump administration rule comes into effect, which we expect it will, approximately 10,000 home care workers in DC will lose these basic wage and hour protections because there's an outdated regulation from 1993 on DC's books that excludes these workers from minimum wage and overtime. These same outdated regulations from 1993 also mean that live-in domestic workers, so if you're a nanny or a home care worker who lives in the home of your client, if you live in, you're currently excluded from overtime in DC. You don't get time and a half after 40 hours like all other workers in DC. So I just want to note publicly that to correct these two injustices, DC need only add a few words to its overtime law to protect overtime rights for home care workers if this Trump rule goes through, and to correct a historic wrong that live-in home care workers currently do not have overtime. The loss of these basic wage protections for home care workers will push folks out of the workforce, which will only exacerbate the crisis of elders who need caregiving services. And the 2022 passage by the Council of the landmark Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act granted new important rights to domestic workers, but there's still exclusions that were not addressed with that law that remain. And we hope DC will take action to protect these vulnerable workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we definitely will be looking at the law. Thank you. And now we'll hear from next.
Chairperson Bonds and committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Zachary Rigoni, and I'm the Policy Director of the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. This is a short oral version of the testimony. The full testimony will be uploaded with full information. Over the past several years, we've partnered with DOES through job training grants and the work experience program, supporting dozens of returning citizens as they build skills, secure jobs, and stabilize their lives. Today, I want to focus on two things: why returning citizen employment outcomes matter so much, and where DOES can better scale what already works. First, why employment matters. Employment is one of the district's strongest public safety tools. People who secure and maintain employment after release are dramatically less likely to return to custody. When people get jobs quickly and stay employed, recidivism drops to levels that outperform nearly every other justice system intervention. Employment also matters economically. Excluding people with criminal records from the workforce costs the districts hundreds of millions of dollars each year in lost productivity. By contrast, connecting returning citizens to work generates immediate earnings and long-term economic activity. And employers see the benefit as well. Businesses that hire returning citizens consistently report strong performance and lower turnover. In a tight labor market, this should position returning citizens as an asset, not an afterthought. So where does DOES fit? DOES controls the key levers that determine whether these outcomes reach people consistently: employer engagement, workforce funding, training infrastructure, and work experience programs. Returning citizens already interact with DOES, but too often in ways that are fragmented or limited rather than designed to deliver reliable results. We've seen things that work. Programs like Project Empowerment, Aspire to Entrepreneurship, and the Work Experience Program do show real progress. But several gaps limit impact. Outreach to returning citizen communities is inconsistent. Many people simply don't know what services are actually available. Fair chance hiring commitments at job fairs are uneven, which undermines real access to employment. Some programs maintain eligibility restrictions that exclude people with more serious convictions, often those that are most in need of this structured support. And finally, DOES relies heavily on internally administered programs, despite the existence of community-based organizations with proven expertise that could help scale outcomes more efficiently through pass-through funding. So for oversight purposes, we urge the committee to focus on a few core questions. Is DOES fully leveraging community partners to expand reach and throughput? Are employer partnerships meaningfully advancing fair chance hiring? And is DOES using data on returning citizen employment outcomes to guide program design and eligibility decisions? In closing, employment is one of the strongest predictors of successful reentry, which benefits public safety and economic growth. The district already invests in workforce development, but without a deliberate strategy for returning citizens, proven outcomes go unrealized. DOES has the tools and authority to close that gap. Strong oversight can help ensure those tools are used to their full potential. Thank you for the time to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And next, DC Schools.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds. My name is Tony Francavilla, and I am the Chief Development Officer of DC Scores. I'm also a Ward 5 resident, and I've lived in the district for the past 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DC Scores, and take it back with Events DC as well. We're a nonprofit serving more than 3,500 district kids at 68 DC public and public charter schools through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs, which we offer at no cost to families or schools. We're a legacy of the 1994 World Cup and have been serving kids across the district for over 30 years. We want to thank Events DC for their continued investment in the city's sports and creative economies, and for continuing to ensure that young people benefit from the resources and opportunities created by those sports and entertainment investments. We've benefited from Events DC's community grants program, from sponsorship of events like our One Night One Goal Gala at the Events DC Club at Audi Field, and through our Scores Cup corporate tournament, which is the largest corporate charity soccer tournament in the country, which takes place at the fields at RFK. The fields at RFK are an especially valuable community resource for us as the only venue in the city large enough to host our major outdoor events. And we were also thrilled to see how important authentic community engagement was in the vision for Care First Arena. And we look forward to bringing more of our program into the arena space as well this year. We call the kids we serve poet athletes, young people who prioritize their mental and emotional health as well as their physical health, and who use their voices, platforms, and skills to build their communities. The world needs more poet athletes. DC is the District of Champions and the nation's sports capital, but for us, it's also Poet Athletes City. And we look forward to finding more ways to partner with Events DC and the Council to ensure that the many events and opportunities in the coming years continue to build our city in that image. And as always, I'd like to end my testimony with words from our poet athletes themselves. So this is a poem from the poet athletes at Minor Elementary School, and it's called It's Game Day. It's game day, hooray day, time to play. Grab your cleats and shout, Olé. The whistle blows, the ball is kicked. Our feet move fast, our hearts beat quick. Dribble left, dribble right. Keep that goal in your sight. Pass to me, I'm wide open. We work together, side by side. Teamwork strong, we never rest. We cheer each other, give our best. Defense strong, we block the way. No one scoring here today. Win or lose, we all can say, we played with heart in every way. Because soccer's more than just a game. It's teamwork, passion, and aiming for fame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a lovely poem. Next, we'll hear from you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and distinguished guests. I wanted to take the time to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andre Galowitz, and I'm a 21-year-old district youth and a resident of Ward 6. I am here today to speak in strong support of raising the wages for high school students participating in the Mayor Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program, or MBSYEP for short. MBSYEP has long been one of the district's most impactful workforce programs, providing thousands of high school students with their first exposure to employment, responsibility, and professional expectations. For many students, this program represents their first paycheck, their first supervisor, and their first experience contributing meaningfully to their household and community. However, while the program offers invaluable experience, the wages paid to high school participants do not always reflect the value of the work being performed or the economic realities facing young people and their families in the district. Students in the MBSYEP program are expected to show up on time, complete real job responsibilities, and meet professional standards. Yet their compensation of $9.50 per hour often lags behind the rising cost of living. Raising the wages to DC's minimum wage of $17.95 for high school students in MBSYEP is a matter of fairness and equity. These students are not volunteers, they are workers. Most rely on their earnings to help support their families, pay for school supplies, transportation, food, and future educational expenses. Paying them a wage that more closely aligns with the district's labor standards sends a clear message that their work is respected and valued. Additionally, fair compensation strengthens the program itself. When students feel that their time and effort are being honored, they are more engaged, more motivated, and more likely to carry positive work habits into future employment. Higher wages also reinforce the program's mission of preparing youth for the real workforce by modeling what fair labor practices should look like. I want to emphasize that investing in higher wages for MBSYEP high school students is an investment in the district's future workforce. These young people are learning what work is worth. By paying them fairly, we teach them that labor has dignity and that the district stands behind its youth. In closing, I urge the council to prioritize raising the minimum wage for high school students in the MBSYEP program. Doing so will strengthen the program, support working families, and affirm the district's commitment to economic justice for its younger workers. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you all. Thanks to the entire panel. I'd like to talk a little bit about your request in particular for increased wages for high school students. What ages are we speaking of when you say high school students?
I think the range would be 14 to 16 for high schools.
14 to
Or-
16. Okay. And 14 to 16, we're talking about the minimum wage, the $17.95.
Yes, that is what we would be referring to.
Okay. All
Because
right.
currently they're being paid half of that, which is the $9.50 an hour. So we would like to level out the wages.
Yes. Okay. And as you're telling me this, I'm remembering that we would be doubling the budget.
Yeah.
So I got to find the money. So,
Okay.
okay, so that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Where do I find the money? Because that's in essence what we're talking about. Perhaps if we were talking about a smaller group, maybe the 18 to 24, which is a fewer number, sort of like the managers.
Yeah.
I might be able to find something for that group. That's the smallest group.
We understand.
But that's not what you're interested in, the bona fide membership, because they're all of 14 through 24.
Yeah, well, we believe that no matter how old they are, they should be making the minimum wage. Whether they're working in the MBSYEP program or in a fast food restaurant, they should be paid the same.
All right, but help me understand, because the documents that we receive in the office indicate that for the most part, the summer employment program is more of a training, learning how, as opposed to using skill set, applying it to a particular kind of occupation. Is that your sense of what happens in the summer program?
So yes, that is one aspect of what happens, but it's also they're putting in hours. So because they're working hours, we believe that they should be paid the wage.
I understand.
Yeah.
My son was in it. He told me all about
Mhm.
how I was discriminating against him. I understand.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to also think about how we can move from thinking that we would be paying a young person for their time and place to paying a young person for the utilization of their skill set
Mhm.
to produce something else. That's the dilemma that I see, but I appreciate hearing from you on this. And our budget, we'll see what we can do with the budget. Let me ask you, do you think if we were able to increase the salary or the payout somewhat, but not to $17.95 an hour, would that be a step in the right direction?
Yes, that would definitely be a step in the right direction, but the ultimate goal is to make sure all the MBSYP high schoolers are getting paid the $17.95 an hour. But that would certainly help.
All right, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to ask a little bit about the different teams that we have, 68. So now is each team, do the team sort of have 25 members each, or does it vary, or is it the whole school that participates, or?
Yeah, great question. It varies. The sweet spot for our curriculum is 32 poet athletes per team, half boys, half girls. And we kind of have three levels. So we have our junior scores program, which would be one team. Those are our first and second graders. Then our elementary school team is third through fifth grade. And then we are also in over 20 middle schools. So we have middle school teams as well. But each of those teams, you're looking at about 32 poet athletes.
And what are you learning from these teams? And what I'm asking, one of the things, usually organized sports helps young people to learn to work together. And you just said first and second graders. This must be a really interesting challenge.
Yeah.
working-
They're learning. So, and again, our program's soccer, poetry, and service learning. And what that looks like, it's soccer year round in the schools. And then in the fall, our poet athletes are writing and performing original poetry. And then in the spring on non-soccer days, they're designing and executing service projects, oftentimes based on the themes they dealt with in the poetry. All components of the program are standards-based, curriculum backed. And the coaches in our program, we have about 350 soccer and writing coaches. The vast majority of them, about 85%, are teachers or staff from within the school building who we pay and train to deliver our program in the after-school hours. And so what are they getting out of it? They're getting, obviously, there's the physical health component, right, of playing. They are learning teamwork and fair play, but they're also building confidence. All of our poet athletes perform on stage at our citywide poetry slam at Howard University, at Crampton Auditorium. All of our kids are having opportunities to kind of work outside of their comfort zone, because obviously you talk about elementary, middle school, you're going to have kids who are bigger, stronger, faster, better on the soccer side of things. They're often not the same kids who kind of have the confidence and creativity to be a soloist in the poetry slam. But the point is they are participating in all components, and they have their team around them supporting them in participating in all components.
And so for these teams, what are the special projects or the service projects that you do?
Yeah. So the most important thing is that it's adult facilitated but youth led. So as part of the curriculum, our kids are basically voting on what they do their project on. In the curriculum, one of the first lessons of the spring season is literally it's a community walkabout to observe what you like, don't like, what you change or celebrate about your community. And then they decide from there on their service learning projects. So each year we will get, for schools along the Anacostia, we will get river cleanup projects. We'll get school beautification projects. A lot of time projects reflect a lot of what's happening in current events. At Bancroft Elementary School, we've had immigrants' rights marches, one of my favorite projects in the past. We have 2 schools in Adams Morgan, H.D. Cook and Marie Reed. So they've got a neighborhood rivalry. But they did a joint service project one year where they did a joint presentation around anti-bullying. It was called Rivals, Not Enemies, right? But it's really driven by the youth, and they're deciding what is interesting to them and acting.
Good stuff, and you know that, of course. That's what's happening. And I assume this happens, in the hour, let's say 3:30 to 5:30?
3:30 to 5:30 on a game day, 3:30 to 6.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your level of funding for your program
Overall,
overall?
we're about a $4 to $4.5 million organization now.
All right. And are the kids, do they receive any payout during the summer?
We do use SYEP camp counselors for our summer camp, yes. And we oftentimes will bring in alumni poets to perform at different events. And in that case, yes, we're paying all of our artists and our kids.
All right. So, but the kids, they're just enjoying and participating in the programming.
That's right. Yeah. At no cost to them, their families, or their schools.
And that is, I forget how many thousand you said.
3,500 kids.
3,500 during summer.
This year round, actually.
Yes,
a smaller group during the summer. We'll usually have about 100 kids in a 5-week summer camp, but the core program runs school year.
Okay. All right. And so you're fine. You don't want any more money.
No, we definitely
doing
want more
great.
money. Yeah. We also have a 20-school wait list.
What?
And our goal is by 2030 to make this a true poet athlete city. We want to be in every Title I elementary and middle school in DC. So that would be about 20 more schools, so that any kid in DC public schools has the opportunity to join DC Scores and be a poet athlete.
So of the 66 schools you're in now, 68, are those, how many are public schools?
The vast majority, about 60. We also partner with KIP and Capital City PCS. So we have some charter school partners, but the vast majority are DC public schools.
Okay. So what must a school do or in order to be on your wait list? How do they get on your wait list?
Yeah, so we need interest from someone at the school, someone on staff generally, to begin the conversation with our staff, and someone on staff who can indicate principal buy-in. Because one of the most important things when we first go into school is making sure that we have buy-in from the administration. Because while there's no cost to the school, they obviously are keeping the doors open for us. They're providing security and administrative support in the after-school hours. And when we're initially going into a new school, I mean, some schools we've been in for 30 plus years, so our roots are very strong. But when we go into a new school, it's very important that we have the principal's support in identifying teachers who could be good coaches. And then that's about it at this point, just from teachers who've moved to these schools, who worked in schools in the past, who had DC scores, or kids who've come from schools that have had DC scores, just honestly by word of mouth and reputation. Once we get into a school, we know we can build the interest. It's really getting that initial admin support and getting the funding that we need to be able to expand to the new schools.
Do you find that parents are using the program as after-school care?
Often, yes. And in fact, so we talked about junior scores to start. Our program started as just 3rd through 5th grade. And I'm not going to call her out, but I happen to know that someone from the Events DC contingent is also a DC Scores alum. So we originally started in 3rd through 5th grade at Marie Reed Elementary School. We added middle schools about 20 years ago, middle school programming. But more recently, maybe about 6 years ago, we added that junior scores program, that 1st and 2nd grade. That came directly from feedback from our families and a lot of the coaches who told us that to make the program more accessible to kids in 3rd through 5th grade, we needed to get those younger siblings in earlier too. Because for working families, even for some older siblings who have some childcare responsibility, it was important that we could get everyone in the family into the program.
So do you find that your organization is used for how do you handle disciplinary cases? Because seems to me you're a perfect outlet for bad Johnny who,
Yeah, I think this is part of why it's so important that a key part of, we were founded by a DC public school teacher, and our model has continued that. Like I said, these are teachers who are running our program. So what does that mean? That means it's an adult that our poet athletes and their families know and trust. It's a connection to what's happening in the school day and to teachers during the school day. They're also adults who know how to work with kids, right? So that may not look the same at every single school. We really we have recommendations, resources, but we're really relying on the teachers and their schools' systems. But we do find, particularly in middle school, that our coaches are good about using the fact that you're not going to be able to play in a game day if you're not having a certain attendance, a certain behavior is a good incentive. But again, we are, from a direct program service standpoint, in the business of supporting teachers with resources, PD, and troubleshooting.
all right. So you can accommodate a student at any.
Not only can
particular
we
level.
accommodate, we again, the school partnerships are the bedrock of the whole program. We are working with the principals of the school, with the teachers, even in selecting the team. There are no tryouts for our teams, right? So a lot of times it is a partnership, and our teams end up being a combination of the kids who want to do it the most. Maybe they already love soccer, or someone has identified in them that creative spark where the poetry and the poetry slams might be a good outlet. But in a lot of cases, it's teachers and administrators identifying the kids that will benefit the most from the program. A good example of that too is in the past couple years at a lot of our schools, we've had a lot of new arrivals from Texas and elsewhere, recent South American immigrants. DC Scores is a great option for those kids when they first come into a school, because they speak that language of soccer, right? They're immediately finding their community. And we will work with the teachers and the principals to lean into that.
All right. And so for the participants, do you see a change in their attendance in school, as an example?
I'm so glad you asked.
Do they become a better, more engaged student?
They do all of those things, and thank you for asking that. So we did a 3-year comparative study from 2018 to 2020. 3 of our schools POH athletes participating in the program versus non-participants. And it showed a statistically significant difference in our POH athletes' attendance, their reading grades, their writing grades, and their standardized test scores. But we really are focused on that attendance bump right now. The Washington Post did a series last year where they were looking at truancy and its connection to youth violence and other issues. And DC Scores was one of the only after-school programs featured in that by name as a positive mitigation, something that's working against that. And even as we think about things like clearing our wait list and bringing in more funding, we do want to present our proven program to City Council, DC Public Schools, et cetera, as a policy solution as well, because we know it works. Kids come to school for DC Scores. That happens.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking at right now, this moment, and
we would love to be part of that conversation.
Terrific, because you're in it, okay?
Awesome.
You're definitely in it, and we're looking for solutions all the time. And I remember the day that my fifth grader told me that kids have rights as well. And they, and I couldn't make him clean his room, okay? So I feel it.
And our kids have a lot to say.
Most of us do. And, but, we all want our young people to fit into society. You're who's here. And, that's so important. So I'm very interested in continuing the conversation about the merits of DC Scores and how these 20 schools that on the wait list can move expeditiously to be partners in this arrangement. What is the average cost for a team of 32 at a school?
Costs about $30,000 to run full programming year round. And it's daily programming. So that is the big costs there are we pay our coaches, we provide all equipments, we kit our kids out shoulders to shins. And a big one is transportation. So DC Public Schools doesn't have a bus system. We talked earlier about removing obstacles to participation for our kids to make it to, their actual programs happening at their school, but for them to make it to away games, to get them to Audi Field, to get to DC United or Spirit games, to get to Howard for Poetry Slam. We know we don't want transportation to be a barrier, so we charter buses. That's one of our biggest cost centers at a school too.
All right, so of this 30,000, it doesn't include the chartering of buses.
It does include that. That's the all-in. That's the all-in baked-in
Okay.
cost. Yep.
All right. Be great if we could have let's say we have a business that partners with the school and they get to write all this off.
And we have this. We have about 12 or 13 of our schools do have corporate partners, and they wear the logo on their jerseys and everything. But we would encourage 12 or 13 is less than 68, so we would encourage more of those.
All right. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We would like to continue the discussion
Absolutely.
at a later date. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And thank you, Zachary, for always being there for the returning citizens. Let me ask you, are there, for the record, if you would state jobs that returning citizens traditionally find available to them?
Absolutely. So you typically see things in construction, in the trades in general, hospitality, food service, things along that line, retail at times, where we are seeing a good bit of that. But also, strangely enough, it's not often thought of, but even office jobs do sometimes see a good pipeline for returning citizens going into.
All right. What about I'll say sensitive work like security or hospitals?
So a lot of times they are still able to potentially get those jobs. You don't see it happening as often. I think it's one of those things that we have to get past to be able to get more returning citizens hiring is sometimes the stigma and the stereotypes, the discrimination that comes into play there, because it's not the notion of whether or not they have a criminal record that should be looked at, but how relevant it is to the particular job. I would commend the DC government for the fact that they do a really good job of trying to look at that for instances of DC hiring, and that's what we should be pushing more into the private sector. If someone is, has a financial crime, having them as an auditor might not make sense, but if they have a financial crime, them becoming a nurse, what impact does that really necessarily have? So trying to look at the specific nature of the crime as opposed to just the category, I think is the big thing that needs to be kind of pushed more. But you do, healthcare, you see less hiring from returning citizens. Security is actually one of those places where the longer someone has been out, I've actually seen people get into the security field. In some instances, they can't necessarily do armed security, but that doesn't necessarily keep them from doing just basic, say, working at a desk type of jobs there. But you do tend to see those sectors not as heavily prevalent with returning
I
citizens.
was just wondering, when we think about occupational groups, are the law firms hiring returning citizens?
Could you say that one more time?
Law firms.
Law firms.
Yes.
So one of the things we are seeing is, so for instance, Morca and Georgetown has this paralegal program that they're doing. And I've heard feedback from multiple people that have gone through those cohorts that have indicated that the program itself is exceptional, and yet they're still having significant trouble getting into actual jobs with law firms doing some of that paralegal work. It is kind of disconcerting because going through the system, one of the most common certificates and training one can get inside that isn't necessarily trade related is paralegal certificates, and it does seem to where there is a hesitancy on the part of the legal field to bring those individuals into firms and hiring in that position, which is unfortunate because I do think this is an area where returning citizens can provide a valuable resource, because you're looking at things not just from a technical and academic standpoint, but a lot of times through actual lived experience that can give them a little bit better insight into things.
Yes, I was wondering about that as well, and thinking about the great number of law firms we have in this district, and wondered if they were doing their share on this measure.
Yeah.
Okay, because they impact society so readily. So,
Absolutely.
and I'll leave it at that. But I think that as it relates to the job market for returning citizens, we did a carve out of a certain amount of jobs for the RFK campus as an example. And I think we have to do more of that when we have big tickets coming into the city. But we also know that we have jobs that are going vacant,
Yes.
that we need to look at a returning citizens, as you say, their file to understand whether or not it would be a good fit. But we do that for everyone.
Right.
I mean, that's the nature of the job market now.
Absolutely.
And so how do we remove that stigma is really the problem that we're facing.
Yep. And so a couple things on that. I heard you'd mentioned with Events DC that notion of trying to get that pipeline where as businesses and organizations partner with the city, that we can have a pipeline for employment. I think a part of this would be leveraging some of those pipelines, leveraging the connections that the government already has with the business community to be the mouthpiece for this, because you can have the returning citizen advocates throughout the city speaking about the reality of things. That national surveys show 85% of HR professionals and 81% of business leaders find that those with criminal records perform as well, if not better than the typical employee. And we can say that, but unfortunately, when it's coming from advocates for that space, it's viewed with more skepticism. Whereas if the government is pushing that, if the government is saying, hey, we're willing to partner with your business, but you need to make a commitment to be a fair chance hirer, then that has a different level of authority to it, but also of credibility to it. And I think that's where it comes in with so many of the government agencies do business or have interactions with businesses, with organizations that are coming in trying to run events. And they can be that impetus that if it's important to the government and they're pushing it forward, that, hey, like with the RFK site, that we need to look at this community and find a way to bring them on board, because not necessarily just to help them, but because they're an untapped potential, then I think that's where this goes. And to the point earlier in terms of budget, it's one of those things to where, reports have said 78 to 87 billion dollars is lost annually in GDP because of returning citizens not working. If we scale that down to DC, you're looking at 400 to 444 million a year that we're just missing out on in terms of economic growth from these people that are left out of the workforce, not because they're not interested, not because they don't have the skills, not because they can't do the job, but because of the stigma there. Research in Philadelphia showed just 100 formerly incarcerated individuals getting jobs generated almost $2 million in employment tax brought into the city, and almost 800,000 in sales tax revenue because of the increase in money and spending that those individuals had. That was just 100. DC, we know, has a large population of returning citizens, of people with criminal records. If we can get them into the economy, into the workforce, that's going to lift up everything and provide some of that funding gaps that we've been seeing over years, where
So when we look at our returning citizen population, and you're right, it's huge. I remember there was a time when we were having 3,000 returning every month.
yes.
Okay, and that wasn't so. It happened while I've been alive. Let's put it that way. But it was maybe a couple of decades ago. That many. Now I think it's down to 300 or 400 a month. And that adds to the population. And these are individuals that return with the requirement to have identification. They have to get identification, and they must also get a job and have a place to live. And they have to stay in DC. That's the requirement. So how do we treat this population? Because it's coming, every 3 months, 1,000 more have to have a place to live, Families are not always available or are even in the area anymore. So it's really an awesome task. How do you feel, and what are you picking up in the way of opinions from the returning citizen community about the effectiveness of the programming that we currently have in place? Are we hitting the mark, or are we really big deficit?
So I'm going to answer that in kind of two different directions, because from the people that get into the programming and experience it, I've generally heard very good reports. Say, for instance, to stick to, say, this committee, Project Empowerment. Those that have gone through Project Empowerment, I generally hear good things. The flip side, though, is the amount of people that I've ran into through my work that have said, yeah, I've signed up for Project Empowerment, but I've been on the wait list for 6 months, for a year. I never heard back from them. Or I signed up for Project Empowerment, but because of my particular charge, they just blanket don't bring me in, even though some of the jobs that they partner with or the training they give, this person's charge wouldn't necessarily forbid them from getting into that, but it's just disallowed. So it's this mix of the programs I believe are good, but the scale and the scope is not meeting the need that's necessary. And that's where the conflict comes is anytime I'm here testifying these things, I never want to indicate that the programming is not beneficial, because it absolutely is. We would not want to see any of it go away, or suggesting that it's not doing a good job. It's just that it's putting the finger in the dike as the water's coming over the edge. And one of the other issues you do run into with this population is there's a certain level of distrust or unsuredness as it relates to the government and coming to the government for help. And so that's why partnering with the various community-based organizations throughout the city also helps with that scale, but also with the connection process, because at times they're going to be more willing to go into a local organization that's known in the neighborhood and interact with that to get workforce training or housing or support in some different way, as opposed to necessarily going into Morca or to the Ready Center. As great as those entities are, there is sometimes that little bit of a stigma of, I don't know if I want to go reconnect with the government after I just spent X amount of years being incarcerated by the government. And so that's why partnership is so important as well.
Thank you very much. I'd like to continue the discussion and see what we can do to, I guess, lift a little bit of that, concern about working with the government.
Absolutely.
As you all probably know, this is my last year on the council. I'm retiring, but I'm not retiring from society. And I say that to say that I want to do all that I can, including get you more money, which will get you more money. Okay, and make sure that our domestic workers are taken care of. We can't make it without them, and we know that. You all really represent an array of services and individuals in our community that are special class, that need to be remembered for what we think we're doing in society. So I'm very pleased to have you speak to me about this. If I am not in touch, would you please make a commitment to be in touch within 2 weeks, where we would be sort of winding down our oversight hearings, so then we can have more in-depth discussions, and let's see if we can't bump this stuff up and really get results, and let's make sure we get the results we need immediately. So I want to thank you very, very much for being here with us this afternoon. And so, do we still have John?
Lucy, Ashton, McCullers,
Okay, and they are in here. Okay, our next panel, Paul Blackman, Devoria Armstead, Ashton McCullers, and John Capozzi. And thank you again for your patience. And, all right. Paul Blackman? No? Okay. So we will start with you, Ms. Armstead. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Devoria Armstead, and I am the Executive Director of Girls on the Run DC. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today in support of Events DC and the meaningful, impactful relationship that we have and the support that they provided for us to the girls and families that we serve. Girls on the Run is a positive youth development organization serving girls in grades 3 through 8. Through our research-based curriculum, we help girls build their confidence, their competence, their connection, character, caring, and commitment or connection to contribution. During our fall and spring seasons, girls meet twice a week for 75 to 90 minutes over a 10-week season, and they're led by trained adult mentors or their coaches. Together, they move through our research-based curriculum, and they discuss real issues that girls are facing. So body images, media pressure, friendships, conflict, and making healthy choices. Our goal is to equip girls with the emotional strength and resilience they need to thrive in school, in relationships, and in life. The season culminates with our celebratory 5K at Anacostia Park, which normally brings out about 2,000 people between the girls, their families, community members, and about 250 to help us execute the day. This, for many of our girls, is their very first time setting a big goal for themselves, which is to cross the finish line, and they're doing so with an entire community cheering them on. Since our partnership with Events DC began, they have invested over $35,000 in Girls on the Run DC. Because of that commitment, 140 girls who otherwise would not have had an opportunity to participate were given that chance through a full scholarship. When you consider that 70% of my budget is contributed, partnerships like Events DC, they are not just helpful, but they are essential. They ensure that we can serve all girls and not just those whose families can afford the program fee. Events DC is especially meaningful in Wards 7 and 8, where we find that the cost can be a barrier, a significant barrier to participation. Their investment helps us reflect the true diversity of Washington, D.C., and helps us to deliver our program to, I don't have my glasses on, I should have brought my glasses over here, how about that? Help us deliver our program that in areas that is rooted and responsive in communities that we are proud to serve. We are thrilled to return to Anacostia Park for our Spring 5K on May 17th. With this recent funding we received from Events DC, families will have an opportunity to do more than just cheer from the sidelines. They, through our intentional parent engagement program, they will have complimentary entry into the 5K. So this will allow our parents to not just cheer them on, but to do so alongside them on the race course and across the finish line, as we say, go to strong. And that's thanks in great part to Events DC. This year, we're also excited that we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. We have served since 2006 over 27,000 girls, and we're not planning to stop anytime soon. This kind of sustained impact only happens because of partners like Events DC, partners that show up year after year after year. So on behalf of every girl who has discovered her strength and every parent and guardian who has felt welcome into our program, thank you. And we are extremely grateful to Events DC for their continued partnership and empowering the next generation of leaders, one girl at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Next.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Ashton McCullers. I'm a fourth generation Washingtonian and a sophomore at Howard University. And I am here today representing DC Vault, a small business located in District of Columbia that specializes in training youth through Olympic level pole vaulting. DC Vault was founded in 2008 and quickly established itself as a premier pole vaulting organization in the DMV region by producing multiple championship athletes at both the state and national level. And in 2017, Events DC offered DC Vault access to a small section of RFK campus.
Speak up a little bit.
Sorry. DC Vault took this opportunity to consolidate its regional operations and build a self-funded world-class pole vault facility in the District of Columbia. Since the launch of its home facility, DC Vault has trained and developed hundreds of local youth athletes, including 3 national record holders, 2 Olympic trials finalists, and 4 national champions, and multiple university and high school record holders. DC Vault also holds hosts world-class competitions at its home facility, including the annual pole vault championships, which has served as a qualifier for the U.S. National Championships, the U.S. Olympic Trials, and the World Athletics Championships. This event has drawn 2 world champions, 8 Olympians, and 7 national record holders, and hundreds of pole vaulters from across the U.S. and overseas, all competing alongside our local youth. DC Vault also trains Howard University, Catholic University, and Maryland University pole vaulters at its facility, and this enables DC Vault to promote local youth athletes to collegiate athletic scholarships. And I'm one of those athletes. I began training at DC Vault when I was 12 and set both the DC and Maryland state record for pole vault. I'm now attending Howard University on a full ride athletic scholarship for pole vault, and I've set the university record 5 times. And this was all enabled by the support of Events DC. They provided a home for DC Vault, and they've continued their support through community outreach and assistance with competitions like our annual pole vault competition. President Gates, Dr. Johnson, and Events DC team has consistently supported DC Vault in its efforts to make world-class pole vaulting accessible to all DC residents. And we are thankful to Events DC for their support, as well as the mayor, administration, and DC Council for enabling DC events to do this amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I just have to say, you kind of inspired me I will ask of Events DC if on the 4th of July or that weekend, we can have an exposition at the fields where you can do and the girls can run, and we can have all kinds of things going on. And we can also have our own fireworks, maybe, a little bit. And that, because the community, we know the 250th anniversary is going to be a crowd that we've never seen down on the mall. So there may not be any space for our little feet. So how do we do things that will bring in the immediate community? So that might be something that they might be willing to take on. But you inspired that. I can see all of that going on. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, John. Nice to see you.
My name is John Capozzi, and I'm a proud Ward 7 resident in Hillcrest and Director of Recruiting of On-Ramps to Careers. And I'm also inspired by both the people I'm sitting with. I'm an avid 5K runner, actually. And as Director of Recruiting for On-Ramps, we provide internships for students here in DC and job placement assistance for high school students interested in IT careers. Last summer, we provided over 300 internships to DC students, both through DCPS Career Ready internships as well as the MBS YEP program. And On-Ramps currently works with numerous high schools here in the city to recruit students interested in pursuing careers in the IT industry. At On-Ramps, we include both pre-internship training, resume building, interview preparation, and IT industry knowledge. And our participants interview with employers, partners, and are matched with companies based on their skills and career interests. We've enjoyed a great working relationship with DOES over the past several years. On-Ramps has really appreciated the great relationships with the Office of Youth Programs, and I want to thank them for our partnership. And also today, I wanted to mention that I'm here in support of the bill 260114, which is to raise the wages for the DC Summer Youth Program. Currently, there's 3 bands of people in the program. There's the 14 to 15-year-olds, which get paid a stipend, the 16 to 21-year-olds, which make $9.50 an hour, and the 22 to 24-year-olds that make minimum wage in the city, which is $17.95. So compensation matters. When high school students participate in the program and are paid significantly less than the district minimum wage, it really sends an unintended message that their work is less valuable. And when I'm in the high schools every day, I can tell you that students who are paid the minimum wage, let's say they work at Chipotle versus in a career-oriented program like On-Ramps, they are definitely looking for that increase because, first of all, they need the money, and secondly, that helps motivate them to become more reliable and invest in the work that they'd be doing as well. Additionally, that greater commitment financially would really help in terms of young people because they would like to know that the council is listening to them and that they react to their needs as well. Raising the wage to MBS YEP students would align with DC minimum $17.90 an hour, would strengthen the program both for the youth and employers. It would help increase the participation in the program. Also related to youth crime, the more people that participate and are paid a fair wage, that would help in terms of making sure young people are engaged during the summer, which I think is important as well. And I'll just pick an example. Deontay Batts, who's one of the people I've worked with specifically, graduated from McKinley Tech High School, like my son, actually in the same year, went on to Morehouse with a full scholarship, and now is a alumni of On-Ramps to Careers and is doing valuable work. But he's actually one of the people that's been lobbying for this increase because he sees the value to the young people that are going to come after him to be able to do that. So I really appreciate getting a chance to come today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And as you were talking about the wages, I was trying to figure out how do we get to where we need to be,
Sure.
as you pointed out, because the summer program is for 14 to 24. But we also have another program, most recently the Scholars Program that we started, where we introduce careers to even the younger set. And so what is your thinking about that when we talk about salaries and family helping to meet family needs?
Well, I would say that in the city, the high school students I talk to, especially the 16 to 21-year-olds, a lot of times that's why they're in the summer programs because not only themselves, but their family need the money. And so when we see $9.50 an hour, they just look at that as something that might be less than what they could get somewhere else. And sometimes they don't sign up for the program, which means that the summer comes along, if they don't find another job, then they're unemployed.
Yeah.
And basically the summer youth program has been this great program where it's pretty much guaranteed young people the opportunity to get the experience. And that's why I think the more we can help them financially, the more it's going to be a more effective program.
All right. And what do you say about the 11 to 13-year-olds?
I think that the younger we can engage young people, I mean, that helps with both attendance. I mean, truancy is an issue here in the city, and that's one of the reasons with the internships, and now there's the year-round program that youth programs offers as well. Anytime we can engage those young people and the programs we just talked about as well, is going to keep them in school and help them. So I definitely believe in that.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all so very much for your testimony. And I hear you loud and clear. I'm just thinking 26 mil. I got to figure out how to get to that number. So,
Well, anything would be progress. I appreciate it.
yes. Yeah, I may not get to the whole number, but I'll try to get to a part. And I'm hearing from you, John, that it's important to think about increases for all of the groups so that they all feel like they have been heard, so to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm looking forward to the fields. I don't know if we can pull it off quickly, but we only have a few months, but I think we can pull it off. I can see those poles. I can see the dash and the lines in the sand. Yeah, it's all exciting. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, all right, okay. We have the following virtual witnesses: Amy Dugas, Laura Brown, Trupti Patel, and Eric Swinson. And I see some are already in the room, so we can. Happy to have your testimony today. And let's see. Amy is the Senior Advisor with Career Readiness, DC Action. And Laura Brown is the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. And Trupti Patel is Chairperson of ANC 2A, and Eric Swinson is a public witness. Welcome, and we'll start with Amy. May we start with you?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and committee staff. I'm Amy Dudas, and I am testifying today on behalf of DC Action's Youth Economic Justice Coalition to highlight the urgent need young people emphasize for paid, high-quality career readiness opportunities and early work experience. The Youth Economic Justice Coalition, comprising youth housing and workforce development providers, research and policy partners, youth and community leaders, works to advance policy priorities that will improve economic mobility outcomes for Black and Brown youth ages 14 through 24 in the district. DOES offers at least 7 programs that connect youth to the experiences, skills, and networks needed to enter the workforce. Yet the DC Council, advocates, families, and most importantly, young people lack basic transparency into which programs youth and families can choose between, what these programs actually deliver, and whether they help youth succeed in the workforce. DC Action has identified 4 data transparency areas requiring the agency's attention. The first is program participation, eligibility, and inclusivity. DC Action submitted a FOIA request to DOES in October 2025 to obtain basic youth workforce data, including the specific workforce development models of each DOES managed program, participant eligibility requirements, and participant demographics by subgroup to determine the participation of youth experiencing acute barriers to workforce entry, including those experiencing homelessness. The agency has been non-responsive for more than 3 months. I counted this morning, 71 days, which is a flagrant violation of FOIA requirements to produce a response and ideally data within 15 business days. We do appreciate this committee's efforts to escalate this data request and hope the agency will provide this data via the FOIA portal or as part of their performance oversight responses in the coming weeks. Second, DOES's program catalog. So across reports and websites, DOES lacks clear and consistent information about the current catalog of youth programs it provides, how these programs differ by model or eligibility requirements, and how young people or their families can help them enroll in them. DOES shares information on youth services on a departmental page of their general website, a summer jobs portal that highlights 3 year-round programs in addition to the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, and an AI integrated website called Skills Nation for youth seeking support with early career growth. Ideally, each of these websites should consistently share program model descriptions, program intensity and duration, all available wraparound supports, the skills, credentials, and compensation youth can expect to earn through them, and complete eligibility and participation requirements. I would just point to DOES has a great youth apprenticeship program handbook for young people and their families, and that really stands out as a good example that could be replicated across programs. Also, budget transparency. DC Action estimates that DOES manages over $40 million annually in local and federal funds to provide youth workforce development. However, it's challenging to decipher the source of funding for some of these programs. You just mentioned, Chairperson Bonds, that CRESP is funded within MBSYEP. There are also programs like the College Fellowship Program, as well as the 4 programs that are funded under our WIOA Youth federal formula dollars that are lacking their own line items for budget transparency. And I'm concerned, as the district is facing a challenging financial outlook, that this lack of budget transparency for DOES leaves DC Council in the position to make budget decisions with a chainsaw rather than a scalpel. Finally, program outcomes. Understanding the long-term impact of DOES youth programs on career development requires standardized and systemized reporting on participant outcomes, including on-time grade promotion, graduation, employment rates, median earnings, post-secondary credential attainment, and skill gains. Collecting longitudinal data outcomes requires coordinated infrastructure and dedicated resources to follow up with program participants and share data across agencies. We ask this committee to prioritize this work in the upcoming budget. And we do want to acknowledge that the agency has made strides in the last year to improve outcomes-focused data collection and reporting with the release of their FY25 Office of Youth Programs research request for applications, That was released last spring. And we also saw a much improved FY24 MBSYEP annual evaluation report that included skill progress targets with the program, callouts for improvements to program design and strategy, better job assignment match and fit, and continuous improvement. We're just concerned that the DC Council cannot effectively conduct oversight and families and youth cannot make informed choices about workforce development opportunities if the agency continues withholding fundamental information about their programs and outcomes. My written remarks also include recommendations from the Youth Economic Justice Coalition for program improvement that's a bit more specific, including standardizing participant wages across programs, also in support of the Pay Our Youth a Fair Summer Wage Bill, improving employer and participant matching in MBSYEP, and reversing recent policy changes that limit virtual and hybrid participation in the high school internship program. I've gone over. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your very thorough testimony on a number of issue areas that we have already identified. And so we too are interested in some of this data. We think it will help to drive how we spend the taxpayers' dollar more effectively. So thank you very much for that. Now we have Laura Brown with the First Shift Justice Project.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Laura Brown, Ward 6 resident and Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project, providing legal services to pregnant and caregiving workers in low-wage jobs in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Department of Employment Services. I focus my testimony on barriers to paid family leave benefits access, coordinating our paid family leave program with Maryland's new program, and modernizing DC's overtime rules to protect home care workers and counter federal rollbacks. First Shift regularly advises DC workers of their ineligibility for paid leave benefits. Every year since the beginning of the program, I and others have testified about how we can increase the use of the program. A new barrier to access is the identity verification process to apply for benefits. Over the past year, First Shift has counseled many clients who have not been able to apply for paid leave benefits without assistance or at all because of overly stringent processes to verify their identities. Workers who apply using individual taxpayer identification numbers, ITINs, cannot even open a portal account unless there is an IRS record of them having filed a tax return with the ITIN number they are using. This essentially means that if you've had an ITIN number for less than a year, you will not be able to apply for paid family leave benefits. This is a condition not required by the statute or the regulations. In fall of 2025, the Department of Employment Services implemented the ID.me verification system, which has led to additional workers being prevented from verifying their identities. It is my understanding from my staff that ID.me requires either a face scan, a video call, or an in-person appointment to verify identity. This requires technology that low-wage workers often don't have, or the burden of having to appear at a government office in person. The typical timing of an application means that this will likely be while the claimant is recovering from childbirth or suffering from a serious health condition. The government usually tries to justify onerous requirements like this as necessary to prevent fraud. However, the risk of fraud is very low in paid leave benefits claims because they require medical documentation and notification to an employer. Moreover, these identity verification practices have a discriminatory impact against workers from immigrant backgrounds. OPFL staff has worked with us to support some of our clients. However, ad hoc assistance is no substitute for a fair, accessible system. Other proposals to address barriers to access, like the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act of 2025 and implementing a medical provider portal have been included in my testimony in previous years and are explained in more detail in my written submission. Implementing these recommendations will restore access to DC workers who have been excluded from the paid family leave benefits program. The second thing I'll talk about is coordinating our paid family leave program with Maryland's family leave program. It is critical for DC's Office of Paid Family Leave to reach out to Maryland officials regarding the launch of their paid leave program as soon as possible. Contributions for the family program are scheduled to start in January 2027, and benefits will be available to workers in 2028. Given the number of workers and employers who work and conduct business in both jurisdictions, DOES must consider the impact on our program, address overlap, and make sure that workers and employers understand their rights and obligations. Maryland's Family Act is different in several significant respects, including that workers and employers share the tax. Employers are permitted to develop their own certified comparable paid leave programs instead of participating in the state system. And the law also gives workers job protection in addition to wage replacement benefits. If the two jurisdictions do not coordinate, both programs will be undermined and workers will be deprived of this valuable benefit. Finally, the Department of Employment Services must revise DC's wage and hour regulations to maintain protections for domestic workers. DC regulations currently exclude home care workers, described as companions for the aged and infirm, and live-in domestic workers from receiving overtime pay when they work over 40 hours a week. The Obama administration gave these workers the right to overtime under federal law, but now the Trump administration plans to roll back the rule. If DC fails to eliminate this regulation and revise the wage and hour law, DC household workers who currently have the right to overtime under federal law will be stripped of their rights. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we will hear from ANC Commissioner Patel. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you for holding this hearing and allowing my comments to be entered into the permanent record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I am a fourth-term Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner representing historic Foggy Bottom. And I am also the longest-serving elected official in the District of Columbia who is a tipped worker. ANC2A is already on record raising concerns around failures in unemployment insurance and persistent wage theft, and I want to underscore those concerns today. As we approach 6 years since the onset of COVID-19, the harm experienced by workers, particularly hospitality workers, cannot be forgotten. During the pandemic, I received hundreds of calls from workers desperate for help with the unemployment insurance. Many had their wages misreported by employers who made them ineligible for benefits when they needed them the most. This reality directly contradicts claims that the restaurant industry has consistently treated workers fairly and transparently. The lived experience of workers tells a very different story. The hardships faced by tipped workers are exactly why district voters overwhelmingly supported Initiative 82. Wage theft and wage transparency remain critical issues affecting both workers and consumers. Even after the repeal of Initiative 82, many restaurants continue to impose service fees. This demonstrates that these fees were never about compliance. They were about shifting labor costs, suppressing wages, and obscuring where money actually goes. I speak from personal experience as a tipped worker who lost employment during COVID-19. I later discovered my employer had misreported my wages to the Department of Employment Services. This resulted in an alleged $3,000 overpayment against me. I provided documentation proving the misreporting, yet the issue remains unresolved years later. When I needed benefits most, I could not access them. This is not a minor administrative error. It is wage theft. Another systemic failure involves workers who live and work across the DMV region. The unemployment system does not adequately account for multi-jurisdictional employment, leaving many eligible workers without benefits. I experienced this myself in 2022. Unemployment insurance may not be generous, but it is a critical lifeline. The system must work when workers need it. Unfortunately, even recent updates to DOES website have made weekly filings more difficult and time-consuming. These failures come at a time when the district continues to face economic instability, ongoing hospitality layoffs, and the impeding two-year closure of the Kennedy Center, which is housed in ANC 2A, which will further impact service workers. I urge the district to act. We need a functional remedy for DMV region workers, strong oversight of employer wage reporting, and an unemployment system that truly protects workers. This agency's mission is to support workers, and it still has work to do to fully meet that responsibility. And I may have a couple of minutes left on the clock, so I just want to attach myself to the comments made by various labor advocates around the protections needed for domestic workers. I do think, and I stand in solidarity with the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, those participants being elevated to a full minimum wage. Anyone who works in the District of Columbia, regardless of their occupation, at least deserves the minimum wage, which is still not enough to survive. It should actually be $25 in the district. And I will yield back the balance of my time. Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, please, if I could, you mentioned your wage theft case, the $3,000 overpayment being assessed against you. Has that been resolved?
No, Chairperson Bonds, it hasn't. I was assured that someone from the team would reach out to me, I think last year or 2 years ago, and I haven't heard back from anyone.
All right. Thank you. We want to get on that. That's a little outrageous, I think.
It is, and
yes,
it happens to a lot of workers. It happens to a lot of them. Like employers, well, let me say this, not all employers, hospitality workers treat their pay schedule differently than what the district treats the pay schedule. So they would literally put in the wrong amount. So I would be using what DOAS would tell me to report, and my employer would say, no, that's not what she earned. And so it would look like I was lying to DOES, and I was not lying to DOES.
All right, we probably we'll talk more about that, but I better get to Mr. Swenson. He's waiting. Please, let's get your testimony, sir.
Thank you to the council member, and I appreciate all of those who've testified before me today. I'm proud to testify on behalf of Legal Aid DC. My name is Eric Swenson. I'm a senior staff attorney in the public benefits unit there. I'm also a resident of the Kingman Park neighborhood, so I appreciate much of the earlier conversation about DC events. I will highlight several of the issues raised in our written testimony regarding DOES's performance, especially relating to unemployment insurance. Legal Aid represents DC workers experiencing problems with the unemployment system, who I will call claimants. Our testimony raised three kinds of problems that occur when the unemployment system does not operate properly. These are technical, administrative, and legal problems. As far as the technical problem, DOES has done hard work to remedy many of the technical problems we've seen in the past. In 2024, for example, DOES implemented a new portal where claimants can upload documents online and generally have a better user experience when using the system. To continue improving, DOES should resolve two technical issues, as my prior testifier or prior witness colleague mentioned. First, the portal requires using ID.me, an ID verification service. ID.me accepts fewer kinds of ID than DOES does during in-person claims for unemployment insurance, and it has several other problems as previously discussed. Second, the claimants must complete an account setup for the portal in their initial attempt. They cannot pause and return to complete setup. These technical problems harm claimants by delaying payments and causing other problems. Legal Aid frequently encounters claimants trying to address one of three administrative problems. I'll call these invalid notices, zombie debts, or artificial urgency problems. Invalid notices include illogical and confusing information that creates unnecessary burdens on claimants, legal service providers, and the Office of Administrative Hearings. DOES must stop issuing these invalid notices. Zombie debts arise from overpayment allegations. DOES may refer the debt to the U.S. Department of Treasury for collection, usually by seizing a claimant's federal tax return. DOES does not verify these debts are still owed every year, so that means a claimant who gets an overpayment reduced or reversed in some other context can't rely on DOES reporting the change to Treasury. Then, the next year, Treasury seizes another tax refund, and only because DOES did not report the change. Finally, DOES employees create a sense of artificial urgency when working with claimants. Someone recently called a legal aid client of mine and said DOES would deny his unemployment claim unless he emailed them pictures of his social security card and driver's license within 10 minutes of the call. This is just one example of DOES claims examiners creating unreasonable deadlines with harsh consequences. Finally, DOES routinely asserts that a claimant has been fraudulently overpaid based on unlawfully automated and arbitrary processes. These pseudo-fraud determinations impose disqualification penalties and a fine of 15% of the debt allegedly owed. DOES must both change its processes related to fraud assessments going forward and reassess all fraud overpayments that are still owed to the district to ensure that they meet the correct legal standard. As the federal government eliminates equity as a consideration in the management of the unemployment system, it is up to this committee, DOES, and district businesses and workers to collaboratively build a more just environment of laws, rules, and procedures for the unemployment system. Legal Aid DC is willing to do its part, and it looks forward to participating in whatever work we all agree to do next. I thank the committee for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you to our witnesses. I appreciate your information. I would like to be in touch with you, Mr. Swinson, in particular, and with you, Ms. Brown, to see how we can bring about some most likely needed changes in the systems that we use. So I'll try to get that done in the next 3 weeks because we've got another 2 weeks more of oversight hearings. But I think it is important that we right the ship. We are still, just so you know, in my office, still getting a request as it relates to unemployment insurance and people waiting and having received some fraud indication in the past. And it just seems to me it would be very helpful if we had in place a process that could move more expeditiously to settle up everything. And Mr. Swinson, I appreciate your points about what are we doing and how U.S. Treasury can handle some of this that we are looking at. So thank you. Ms. Dugas, I'm not sure I'll be able to get any additional information, but I will endeavor to do that. And of course, you know, the agency will be before us next week, I think it is. So if you have some very pointed questions, any one of you, including Commissioner Trupley, please get them to us immediately, okay? And I commit to asking the very pointed questions so we can get some resolution to how DOES can be unlocked so that we can hopefully get some resolution here. So I thank you very much for your comments today.
May I add one more bit of information to the record just about the SYEP wages? So I just wanted to note my written testimony will include, we're hearing from more and more providers actually that the lack of standardized wages in SYEP is causing young people to kind of cycle through programs and is having a negative effect on young people finding themselves in maybe like short-term higher wage roles, but without kind of the developmental support of a youth employer who is trained and well prepared and well equipped to work with young people. And I would just encourage you to think about as well. I believe the original fiscal impact statement that was done on the Pay Our Youth a Fair Summer Wage Bill was based off of all like 11,500 SYEP participants completing all 29 days of the program. And we know that the program has about 50% attrition. So depending on how the agency is budgeting things, I think that leaves maybe some wiggle room to at least do some piloting or a wage study this summer to really see how increasing those wages for young people might be able to help with the program's pretty persistent attrition issue. Thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional information. As you were speaking, in fact, I was thinking about the new system that the Deputy Mayor for Education has, which really can track you from school to whatever it is that you decide to do into the future. And I was wondering if there could be additional fields added to that programming. So we'll talk. Maybe there is a way. We, as a government, must have 40,000 different databases. We don't really have that many, but my point is we have so many different databases. And so let's see if we can't get a very reliable system in place because this information is very, very important. And it is ultimately about tracking whether or not we help a young person to move forward into the so-called adult society and able to do for themselves. So thank you very much for that. So thank you all. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then we have two more. All right. Our next panel is Raymond Bell. He is the CEO of the Tony Thomas Associates. And we have B.B. Brown with the IABC Inspiring Athletes and Building Careers program, and Jessica Giles, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Strong Public Schools. And we also have Matt Tuffy, who is the Director of Government Affairs for the ABC Metro organization, and Paulio Hernandez, who is a public witness. So we'll take all five. And I'll turn this, I can see there. Okay, it's better. All right, we will start with Mr. Bell. I see. Oh, there's Mr.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
All right. Happy to have you with us today.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Raymond Bell. I'm the founder and CEO of Hope Project. Based on data, statistics, and the numbers, we're the most successful, federally funded job training program in the country. We have over 4,000 IT graduates work for almost every major government contractor in the Washington metropolitan area and beyond. We even have a student that works for Apple down in the campus in North Carolina. We even had a student that went overseas for 2 years with a government contractor working in Afghanistan. The reason why I always feel it's important to make sure people are aware of our statistics is I want to make sure people feel comfortable and I develop enough credibility with people to share the things I'm about to share. So most young students and all students from Hope Project will probably tell you that their lives changed the minute they met me or someone in our organization. It's not hyperbole. We have the receipts to prove what we've accomplished. So a lot of you guys may not be aware of this, but in 2013, when we started working with the Department of Employment Services, we were a part of a group of training providers. It was really just two of us, Whole Project in partnership with United Plan Organization and OIC, led by Ms. Robeson. We were hired to deliver training for the Department of Employment Services. The program was called DC Youth Tech. We did that training program for about 4 or 5 years. And when they hired us to do it, the city was on probation for poor performance for young adult training. Poor performance around recruiting, enrollment, credential, attainment, completion. The most important one is employment. When I say we put up some legendary numbers, I'm talking legendary. The majority of those folks that were enrolled back then, they all make over $100,000. Some of them make as much as $300,000. And if I were to guess, probably 150 of those students have some kind of clearance, from a public trust all the way to a top secret with a full scope polygraph. So I've used about 2 of my minutes just to make sure people know I'm not just randomly spouting off information without any credibility. Whole Project has relationships with almost every meaningful workforce-based organization in the state of Maryland. So that's Montgomery County, that's Anne Arundel County, that's of course Prince George's Community College. Did I say community college? Prince George's employee Prince George's, who we love a lot. So let me focus on Yelp. Yelp is a youth earn and learn program in DC. We got to fix that. And I know it can be fixed because we helped put up some staggering numbers back in the day. And for all of us providers, we all know that things kind of got a little more challenging once COVID hit. We call them the COVID kids. They're just not the same as the kids that came through Hope Project and other job training programs pre-COVID. Anybody that does job training, there's no way they don't see a difference in the kids that we're getting. There's just no way to not see that. So what I'm hoping we can do at the young adult program in DC is allow us to go back to doing things the way we were doing them when people like Jaren Price, Deanie Freeman, Ashley, Stephanie Campbell, Delia Frazier, when all those folks were running the young adult program. We were crushing as a team. Them and us combined, we were putting up some really, really big numbers, made the whole city proud. Students were doing really, really well. We got to go back to that. So right now, we don't get to pick our students. We're being asked to train, coach, and mentor a kid to be ready to go work inside the State Department, the Pentagon, and all the other fancy places where our students work. For people like CACI, Lockheed Martin, Accenture, Booz Allen, you name it. In order for us to do that, we got to be able to identify the kids who are most ready to take advantage of the opportunity. And right now, we're being forced to take any kid that shows up first. So that means we'll have kids in our classroom who smoke weed every day, don't listen, love their phone, and they're disturbing the rest of the students who really came in and learned, and they're really impacting our credibility with the kids that are really serious. They become cancers in the classroom. I do understand we're supposed to help everyone, but a lot of the kids are not just ready for that kind of opportunity. So we got to change that. And I hope you can ask me a few questions about it. I'll be able to go into more detail. The other part of the concerns we have with Yelp is just the way that we communicate with each other. And I'll take some responsibility for that too, because anybody that knows me know how committed I am to helping people and doing things for the underserved. So even sometimes I get a little aggressive about various issues, and I'm really only doing that because I just care that much about the people, and I feel like somebody got to speak up for them because they don't have their own voice. And then the other thing is we gotta do more with the American Job Center. We had 21 people show up for class last cycle, the last contract we had, and we had 50 slots. We sent 98 people down to the Department of Employment Services. They never got it in training. How do I know it's 98? Because we recruited 50 people from Ms. Robeson, who had a contract to recruit, and we had our own 48 people, and not a single one of them got in class. I apologize for going over, so I'll stop right here. Hopefully you have some questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have questions for you, and thank you very much for that. Now we can hear from BB Brown, please, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds, member of the Committee on Executive Administration, Administration and Labor, and members of the public who are present in chambers or watching. A copy of my written testimony has been provided to the committee. My name is BB Brown, and I am proud to represent Inspiring Athletes Building Careers, or IABC. Over the past 2 years, IABC has been honored to receive partial community grant funding from Events DC. This support has truly changed the lives of the underserved student athletes we serve across the district. Today, young people face enormous challenges, exposure to hate, trauma in their environments, and the weight of adult worries that no child should bear. For many of them, sports are more than just a game. It's a safe space, a source of structure and family. That's why IABC exists, to give youth an outlet to grow, belong, and believe in themselves. When we first applied for the funding from Events DC, we saw firsthand the struggles of the young student athletes, declining grades, mental health challenges, and even a lack of poor or improper nutrition. We wanted to start a movement or a program that would give them something positive to look forward to. And with these Events DC partnership, we did exactly that. Our entire program is powered by grants and donations. So during a difficult economic time when many nonprofits couldn't keep their doors open, Events DC support allowed us to keep our promise to provide not just sports training, but wraparound services that build stronger students, athletes, and future leaders. Because of that funding, we were able to nurture every part of our student athletes, their minds, body, and spirits. We hosted mental wellness sessions led by sports therapists, helping you see that true performance starts with the mindset. We had guest speakers that taught them how to heal from the trauma and overcome adversity. We had a professional nutritionist come in and introduce healthy eating habits and provide nutritional snacks and the best smoothies. And we celebrated their success with awards and recognized excellence, effort, and personal growth. These experiences showed our young people that sports are not just about winning, they're about character, discipline, and discovering your potential. We're especially proud to serve the youth across all DC wards, with a special focus on wards 6, 7, and 8, communities that need and deserve these opportunities the most. Thanks to Events DC, IABC continues to be a true game changer for our community. With their continued support, we can keep inspiring our student athletes to rise, reach, and become the best version of themselves on and off the field. I would like to take this time to say that as a mom of an athlete that has performed at each level, it was important for me to start a program that could reach students that might not have an opportunity if it wasn't a program like IABC set up that would provide them with more than just the physical part, but would give them opportunities to understand that the game first starts in their mind. So I thank you. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we will have some questions, so we'll just keep moving to the next. I think we have only two more that are still on with us. Jessica Giles, the Center for Strong Public Schools. Ms. Giles, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Chairwoman Bonds. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC Office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. Sorry, I lost my place. CSPS is committed to ensuring that every student, especially Black, Brown, and low-income students, attends a high-quality public school, regardless of their zip code. Currently, DC is producing too many disconnected young people, too few credentials, and a workforce system that leaves Native Washingtonians locked out of living wage careers. Too many graduates leave our public high schools unprepared for what comes next, and that reality shows up in the numbers. Only 18% of ninth graders earn a degree within 6 years. Nearly 1 in 5 Black youth is neither in school nor working. At the same time, most available jobs require post-secondary education, pushing the average income for Native Washingtonians below a living wage. The consequences are already visible, with unemployment among young people ages 16 to 24 remaining high, particularly for Black youth whose jobless rate reaches 14.3% in July 2025. We are urging the district to dramatically expand access to intensive, high-quality career programs to ensure every high school student, not just older students or a limited few, has meaningful career-building opportunities before graduation. According to the DC Policy Center, during the summer, the system has only enough capacity to serve about 2/3 of high school students. During the school year, capacity is even more limited with space for less than half of high school students. DOES is not solely responsible for these outcomes. DCPS, public charter schools, OSSI, the DC State Board of Education, UDC, the WIC, nonprofit organizations, and private sector partners also play an important role. That is why we are pleased that DOES and other agencies have signed on to Compact 2043, the Deputy Mayor for Education's citywide commitment to ensure that all DC children born today will graduate from high school prepared for success in higher education and good jobs. We are supportive of its goals, including ensuring that 80% of DC public school graduates completes a post-secondary degree or credential of value within 6 years. To stay on track with meeting these goals, DC must expand the number of intensive, high-quality career programs so that every high school student can participate. For example, DOES is the lead agency that runs and administers both the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, SYEP, and the ICE High School Internship Program, HSIP, in coordination with schools, employers, and partner organizations. We offer 2 recommendations to improve these programs and ultimately DC students and youth employment outcomes. First, we urge DOES to strengthen the quality of the experiences young people receive through work-based learning opportunities such as SYEP and HSIP. You've heard a lot of testimony about that today. Well, CityWorks DC offers a clear, practical, high-quality work-based learning rubric that provides a strong foundation for improving program design and implementation. DC leaders should use this rubric as a standard framework for structuring and evaluating SYEP, HSIP, and other work-based learning opportunities. And I echo the need to raise wages. I would stress that improvements to quality need to also be prioritized as well. Second, we urge DOES and other agency partners to create more career launch opportunities where individuals are not just prepared to work, but are fully launched into stable, well-paying careers. With sufficient investments in career launch pathways, including apprenticeships and opportunities to attain portable, industry-recognized credentials or post-secondary credits, young people can have a clear bridge to long-term employment. In closing, DC must expand the number of intensive, high-quality career programs so every high school student can participate. I look forward to partnering with you to ensure DC leads the nation with strong public schools and real opportunity for every student. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And
Absolutely.
okay, Pablo Hernandez, who is a public witness, will take your testimony now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Paola Enriquez. I don't know how I accidentally put public witness, but I'm the DC organizer for Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. We're a national network of employers of domestic workers who are nannies, house cleaners, and caregivers, and we encourage and empower employers to be a part of the domestic worker movement. First, I'd like to thank the Department of the Employment Services for the ongoing support and collaboration with us and with our program under the OAG, the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Program. We were also very happy to participate in the inaugural Wage Theft Awareness Conference last fall, and we will be available to DOES for any further partnership. My testimony focuses on the level of importance that DOES has in informing employers about their responsibilities as it pertains to the rights, benefits, and protections their employees have under the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act of 2022. Just yesterday, I spoke to an older gentleman who is preparing himself and his wife to hire a caregiver in the near future. And he spoke about wanting to know about the right conditions for live-in caregivers. So these are the types of conversations we have in DC with employers monthly, of folks sharing their needs at a very vulnerable time in their life and who are looking for answers and support. There are employers who are, of course, looking to us or who find us hand in hand, but also to DOES as an official government agency for any available resources. We believe that DC has a chance to support elderly community members better by providing more information about live-in caregiving options and to emphasize the importance to employers of compensating domestic workers correctly. Employers across DC would be incentivized to pay overtime if it was included in the law. Otherwise, workers, and especially home care workers, are more vulnerable to wage theft, especially considering the federal government's plans to reduce and strip many protections for home care workers. We worry not only about the future of caregivers and domestic workers across DC who are currently excluded in overtime pay rights and who will be excluded from overtime pay rights if this doesn't change, but also about employers, many of whom are reaching a very precarious elderly age, who across DC need reliable care, which can only exist if domestic workers are prioritized in policy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we're, of course, available for any questions and follow-up.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Hernandez. I do want to ask you, when we are talking about the domestic workers and those in particular that do or work as home care aides, what kind of numbers, how many people are we speaking of that you know of?
I'm unsure about the total number of home care workers, which include live-in caregivers across DC. I know that the DOES had provided a number of the total domestic workers across DC, which would then include nannies and house cleaners. So I wouldn't be too sure how to, I don't have the full answer to that. And I would love to, collaborate with the DOES to figure out those numbers for sure.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. And you heard my commitment earlier to see what we can do about the law, because all of our workers should be included in any language of guarantees from us. So thank you for that.
Of course, thank you.
Ms. Giles, thank you very much for your testimony. And there are some points that I hope we can follow up on and yield some results. I do note that you're concerned also about the wages for the summer youth employment program, and as have been many who have spoken before us today. And I guess for me, I'm trying to wrap my thoughts around how we treat the program as a summer employment program, but we know that it is more of a learning experience than it is where individuals have a skill set that they are sharing with their quote unquote employer. And so help me move from that understanding to some sort of understanding that our youth are being employed. So therefore, they should receive wages commensurate to employment.
I love to talk about this more offline, but I would say the thrust of my testimony is really aimed at ensuring that we have real career pathways so that when students are getting having opportunity to earn industry recognized credentials or having opportunity to be connected with apprenticeships and opportunities through DOES. And so those would be connected to wages, I think to increased wages because they're working. And so as was mentioned before, when SYEP specific participants or when high school students are looking for jobs, they have decisions to make. And if they can get a higher pay working at other jobs throughout the city that doesn't connect them to a long-term employment, then it makes more sense for them to take those jobs because they pay higher wages. So I'm of the mind that those have to be competitive wages within SYEP. And so I think it's part of a greater effort to ensure that there's improved effectiveness of the program, that there is increased participation, and students are really having a good opportunity of success.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Mr. Bell.
Yes, ma'am.
You will provide us with written testimony, I
Yes, I
presume?
will. I promise.
All
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Brown, we have your testimony.
Yes.
I did have a question for you. What is the athletic engagement that your organization does? It's, inspiring athletes, building careers.
Yes. So with the athletic part, we take kids from all sports, whatever sport they're participating in, and we have monthly events. Well, this year we're starting a little slow, but we had monthly events where we would highlight that sport. So, for example, January last year, we highlighted basketball. So we would have an event that would bring the children in, and we would incorporate our counseling, the nutritional piece, as well as having discussions. So we aren't actually, and then we would have training if necessary. However, we take the student athletes that are already participating with teams. If they aren't participating with teams, but they want to be part of our program, then we still let them participate and we connect them with teams that are already established.
All right, so then am I to understand that if I'm on a basketball team, and my month is April, then all the basketball players come to your program and they receive training primarily about nutrition, you know, interpersonal, social, exchanges, engagement. Is that pretty much what it is? But if I'm a football player, my month may be October, so I don't participate with you until October?
No, so the amazing part is we open it up to the athletes. Well, we all know that certain seasons are the seasons that they're actually playing their sport. So in January, a lot of students are actually participating with their basketball teams. But if you're a football player and you want to come, then you come. So it's not that you have to be participating in that one sport. We open it up like that because it's a lot of students that aren't participating in sports that like to learn about sports. And last year February, we highlighted baseball. So we actually had a student athlete that was in college come and actually set up a whole baseball field inside. And we taught the kids baseball. So they didn't have to be baseball players to participate. But the purpose of IABC stemmed from us seeing that it's opportunities that kids don't get in the wards 6, 7, and 8, that if we don't bring it to them, then they might not be able to experience. And then we have people, part of our organization are actually in the pros that always said, wow, I wish I had somebody that would have helped me mentally or would have helped me, understand what things meant, because now I'm in the league and I'm struggling. So we realize that if we get them young, in middle school, then it's a good start. Middle school through high school. Then by the time they get to college or by the time they go to the pros, their mental state is secured. So it's not that they have to participate in that one sport, and then that's their month. We just highlight different sports, during the month so that kids can come out and enjoy themselves.
All
And
right.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And so you're saying that your young people would be middle school to high school age.
Yes. And
And
but
do you pay them? Do you pay them?
no, we don't pay them, but we definitely give them incentives. But what we realized with our community base and the wraparound services that a lot of the parents need because they're single mothers, we opened it up to their younger siblings. And it's the cutest little thing because we had to branch and put like some of the little kids off to the side, and they were doing the like the younger version of what we were doing with the older kids because parents don't have people to keep their younger kids that might be in elementary, might be in 5th and 4th grade. So we didn't we don't. I'm not gonna say we didn't. We do not deny those families from coming out because the parents don't have the help that, you would think that they would have. So we opened it up to some of the elementary students.
All right. And does your program operate year round or just during the school year? And does it end at 5:30 or?
Okay. So we operate year round. We've been in the priority schools, we've been introducing ourselves to them so that we can create an environment where we can place our program in their schools after school. However, as we all know with funding, you have to be able to pay the teachers that might need to tutor the children or the coach that might want to come to coach that child. So we do participate with the priority schools, and our events are on Saturdays and Sundays, one time a month. And then we have a back to school drive in August that was amazing. We had a blessing where someone donated like 21 brand new laptops. So we sent the kids back to school with laptops, and the way we did it was we let the middle school and high schoolers do a raffle so that we wouldn't like show favoritism. If their number was called from the raffle, that's how they got the laptop. So we do that in August, and then September we go back out to the priority schools. And then so like October, November, December are like our down months to get ready for the next year.
All right. And so your priority schools, would you do follow-up, please, and send me a list of your priority schools and how
Yes.
young people on an average come from those schools and participate in your program? That would be very helpful.
Yes, I sure will. And like
Thank
someone spoke earlier, Councilwoman Bonds, someone spoke earlier about getting the support of the principals. It's a little challenging. So I started basically partnering with the athletic directors as well, because some of the principals are very busy. And when you go to the schools to, talk to them, they might send, their assistant or whatever to meet with you. But it works because, like I said, without this outlet, the kids wouldn't have anything, in those areas. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality.
All right. And so during the summer months, do you still have young people that participate in your program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but they are not paid. They're not part of the summer youth employment.
No, they just might get an incentive or awards. We have different things.
All right. And so if you would indicate how many you have in the summer and what your curriculum or plan is, and that would be very helpful to us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell, what you have shared with us today is not only earth-shattering, but I guess we're already at Pluto with the information that you have shared. And thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
To know the extent of the training that you've done for 4,000 individuals and how they have moved across the spectrum in our society. I want to personally thank you very, very much for the work that you do.
Thank you.
What I want to know, though, is what comes next? What is it that we in the district government need to do to make sure that your program continues and that you are reaching more DC residents? Because I understand you do reach residents from the region. So I'm very interested in how can we be assured of more DC residents participating and then moving forward with not only a job, but an opportunity for a rewarding career.
Well, thank you for asking. You're not going to believe this, and neither the people that are listening. You're the first person, other than Alyssa Silverman, who's ever asked me that. I'm in my 62nd young adult class, just young adults, not the American Johnson, just young adults. You and Alyssa Silverman are the only two people ever asked me, how do we do that? And it bothers me. We're in Washington, D.C., the most educated region in the country. There's no place in this country where you can go and find more people with a 4-year degree. You get all the kids coming in from all over the country: Georgetown, American University, Catholic, Howard. You got our kids from Banneker, School Without Walls, Wilson, all the smarty pants schools. That's what me and my graduates who don't have degrees call them. Those are smarty pants kids. When they go to Spelman and Morehouse and all those other fancy, when they come back home, along with the kids that stay, they come back home with computer science degrees, engineering degrees, math degrees. Those kids, those are my students' competition for an entry-level job. They're looking for the same types of entry-level jobs that my students are. And our students don't get any preferential treatment because they don't have a 4-year degree or they went to Ballou or Anacostia like I did. So we have to over-prepare them. And I'm telling you, on February to whatever this is in 2026, I've had recruiters and contract HR and support staff say things like, Bill, your folks come here way more prepared than these kids that are leaving college, because we pour into them that much. It's an unbelievable sacrifice. The money you give us is only $4,000. I'm sorry, $5,000. When we were doing this work back in 2013, October 22nd, 2013 is when I first started working with DOS to help bring the agency off of probation. We were getting $12,500. We rattled off 10 classes in 3 years. And I still remember Courtney Snowden being on the news saying how she was yelling and screaming in her office when they got the notice that we had gotten off probation. We did the recruitment, the onboarding. We processed the students, we got them enrolled, we got them certified, they completed, got employment. We never heard from anyone in the Department of Employment Services other than Ashley Williams about what we had done. And then just to take it one step further, because a lot of stuff I wouldn't even share because it's too horrible to even do publicly. That's how bad it is. This is a little easy stuff. We just sent an email to the entire Department of Employment Services leadership, and we posted on social media that we had a young adult, 21 years old, that just hit $100,000 in 2 years. We posted his CompTIA certification, which was December 2023, and he just finished up his first year making $105,000. So he sent me his last year's pay stub that said 105. You, council member Bond, acknowledged it on social media because I had posted it. And we have yet to hear from anybody from the Department of Employment Service. And again, this is small stuff. I wouldn't even want to embarrass the city by saying some of the things that have happened and things we got to do better as an agency because the kids need us. I'm probably not. I'm the most successful government funded training provider that this country's ever seen. We can prove that with the numbers. That's not like me just randomly talking, because every student has an application. They got all their paperwork turned in. Their complete certifications, all the jobs they've obtained. We are it. The numbers across the country.
Mr. Bell, I would love for us to have, let's sit down and let's talk about the outstanding value of your program today. And I would like to do that if you would give us an appointment time so we can do that.
Okay.
Today, I'd like to know on the record, are there systems that we use at the Department of Employment Services that need refreshing or changing in order for you to I guess I'll say, train even more if the employment services is the route by which you gain access to those who want the training? Because you made a point of saying you wanted those that want the training, not just whoever opens or comes in the door.
Yes, I apologize for rambling like that because I have stopped doing this just because I tend to go off because I'm so concerned about the condition.
I know.
Because I get the calls from the students begging and pleading for opportunities along with their parents. I would just like to sit down with the leadership at the Department of Employment, a real sit down, the way I have with the folks in South Carolina. I'm down here at the Goodwill in South Carolina right now, prepared to go do an info session, or the employee Prince George's leadership, and we come up with a strategy to try to help more people. One good thing that the DC people can say about me, no matter what they say about me, that's about how I behave. No one's ever going to question what we've done for the city. I would just love to sit down. They take me and my team seriously about what needs to happen in order for us to help more people. Because as much as we're doing outside of DC, I would love to be able to continue to offer this opportunity to people in the city because me and my team, we're role models. We're not just teaching people how to fix computers. We got kids that work in Homeland Security with people with PhDs, and they barely got out of high school, and they can stand on their own because we did more than just help them get a credential. So we would just need to sit down with someone. They just be willing to help us put together a plan and a system that will work for anybody who is ready to get out of poverty through these training programs. And not just mine, everybody that does this in the city. Same with the American
We
Job
would
Center.
like to do that. We would really like to do that. And I commit to getting that arrangement done in the next 3 weeks, where we actually can sit down and move through that process.
I apologize for rambling like that. It's just, this is personal for me. That's why I stopped doing. This is my first time doing a
Oh,
couple
I
of
know.
weeks.
We talked when you asked me to help you understand
Yes.
an enrollment that you could have, but you didn't have the enrollees because of paperwork. So I do understand and appreciate the outstanding work that you do and have done for the community. And I know that there's so much more that you can get done, and we need you. We need all of our workforce trainers, all of our organizations that are interacting and interfacing with our young public, so that we move them into, or that they move themselves into their future. So we appreciate that. So thank you very much to this panel. And Mr. Bell, you have my number, so just would you send me a number so I can be in touch with you?
I will. I'm headed back to DC in a couple of days. I'm in South Carolina working with my Goodwill partner. So thank you all for even allowing me.
Okay, all right. Thank you so very much. We have 2 additional virtual witnesses. Deshaun Campbell, another public witness. And and Matt Tufo, who is the Director of Government Affairs for the ABC Metro Washington. And we will take their testimony now.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Are you Mr. Tifo?
No, I'm Mr. Campbell.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time on today. So, let me put up the testimony I have. It's Reverend the Marybury Summer Youth Employment Program. The purpose of it is to increase the age from 24 to 30. So here's my big old long testimony. Dear Council, I respectfully purpose to expansion of the Marybury Summit Youth Employment Program, which is called the MBSYP, to include the district residents up to the age of 30, While the Maryberry Summer Youth Employment Program has long served as a critical resource to empower young people ages 14 to 24, current economic and civic developments call for a bold and responsive update to its policy. Extending the maximum age would not only respond to the growing needs for our adults, youth population, but also strategy aligned with citywide goals such as the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium, which is the Comet's new stadium that was recently proposed, and we already got a rendering from the developer recently. Mitigating the efforts to of the federal job cuts, which is from the government shutdown that we recently had, which is pretty unfortunate for those who got cut when it comes to the FDA, the CDC, all the Medicare and Medicaid workers was cut, and it was really upsetting that Donald Trump has been making mistakes to make government shutdown in the first place, because while the government shutdown, it will still be unfortunate because we always have gun shootings, youth curfews, and the Navy Yard is pretty unfortunate for youth and adults, because majority of the DC residents are teen parents and adult parents, which is majority of single parents, and 15 to 25% is married couple, and the income rate is pretty low because we have more homeless at Union Station, probably like around airports or anything. They also reports of sex trafficking in DC area that's pretty concerning to the community. And during the summer, there was reporting of shootings, and this young little girl got shooten by mid 20s, mid 30s male, which just got justified. So I wanted to be more of what's it called, more economic boom to the DC region, because if we gonna make the commander stand within the fast, strict timing, we need to boost the age gap to very some important program. If we fail to increase the age, the same gonna likely will be completed by 2045 or 2050, because the mayor also mentioned on the council months ago that she wanted it done within 2030, which is pretty alarming because there's no stadium that was built within 4 years timeline. It take more than a decade to complete a stadium. So so Washington so Washington DC is entering a new chapter of planning a transporting RFK Stadium site. For this ambitious project required the first and skilled labor force, presenting a opportunity to connect young adults, including those are aged 25 to 30, with meaningful work experience in construction, operation, environment, remedies, and communication. Many of the age group face barriers to traditional employment benefit to mutually form paid training to placement opportunities linked to the summer job program. Broadcasting the age ranging will ensure DC can tap into a wider pool of local talents, reinforcing our commitments inclusive economic development. In addition to the on local redevelopment, many residents between the age of 25 to 30 are now facing job insecurity due to a recent federal workforce reduction. DC has long been inquired impact by the federal employment trends and looming budget cuts and restrictions across multiple agencies. A growing number of young adult workers find themselves displaced or underemployment employed. By extending the MBSYP eligibility, the city could provide traditional support to this vulnerable group, helping them re-enter the workforce with new skills and confidence. Just like the lady from Advanced DC, the CEO, where she was mentioned, they have the academy for the Advanced DC and the other ambassador programs. That's great, but the age, like when you get into your 30s and 40s, 50s, and 60s, when you get retirement, you don't have that financial stability for you to live in your happy lifestyle because one, you disability. Two, so many Charles says we can't move you forward to your role because you don't have that experience, you're not that strong to get into a job. For someone like me, I used to be a MBSRP patient participant, but the jobs that I used to work for, they say I cannot hire you because A, we don't have the financials for you. B, you're not a great fit for long term. And C, because of your discriminations. And I tried to apply for Charles within months after the 24th age of the summer job program, and I still haven't found no job. So it's kind of crazy because the MBXYP program do help me find a job, but it's not like after the summer job, you on your own to find your new job or something else. Me personally, I'll try to get into a hotel job, um, with a program, and Lee, Amy, who in charge with the MBSYP, I had connections with Dorothy, Amy, Mr. Lee Thompson, which I had strongly relationship with them when it comes to the program, and they mentioned that they don't have no hotel jobs for me to work in throughout the summertime years. The only barriers I have is a head spatial and yeah, I had a disability, so that hurts my ability to work in the field I wanted, but they discriminate me because they failed to apply with the equal opportunity Sunday EEOC to that nature. So moreover, the expanded of the MBS EP SYP could help with helping make sure DC stays great, remove everybody off the streets and gun violence and more. So if you think about the financial thing, it'd be worth it because if you put in this more effort in the NBSYP to increase the age, it will remove all youth on the streets during the nighttime when youth curfew. Also, it could benefit from decreasing the homicides, gun violence, rape, all that criminal charges to up to 100% within months after this meeting. So, in conclusion, raising the NBSYP to 30, the age to 30, will address immediate needs to federal job cuts, supporting the new RFK Stadium, and promoting to long-term economic stability for the city. I respectfully urge you to explore and pilot the expansion with alliance with your long-term stand vision to include prosperity and opportunity for all Washingtonians. Thank you for continuing this leadership and for considering this proposal to empower more residents with the tools they have to drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I made notes, and thank you. You pointed out to us some of the reasons why you are advocating for the special employment for ages up to 30. Thank you very much, sir. And our last
I
public.
meant I think you probably refers to the SYEP, not a special agent.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are a former participant in the program, correct?
Correct.
All right, okay, thank you. And now we'll hear from Matt Tifo, who is the Director of Government Affairs for the ABC Metro program. Mr. Tifo, you're on.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds
Okay,
and members of the
great.
committee.
Mhm.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
we
you hear me?
can.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Learned a lot today, listening to testimony, especially from the last witness. Really great to hear some of the great things that are going on in the district and around the RFK build out. My name is Matt Defoe, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at ABC Metro Washington, the permanent voice of construction in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify as part of the committee's performance oversight of the Department of Employment Services. I am pleased to present ABC Metro Washington's view on the Department of Services, DOES, in particular the First Source program. Before I begin, I want to commend the dedicated professionals at DOES for their work towards our shared goal of creating opportunity for district residents. Over the past year, we have conducted quarterly meetings with key DOES staff to create an open dialogue about First Source and have arranged webinars for DOS staff and to provide an overview of the district's wage theft law to our members. We have always found DOS personnel to be responsive and professional, for which I would say thank you on behalf of ABC. Points I want to make or areas that are some potential opportunities going forward. And that first is dealing with compliance challenges. Through no fault of DOS, First Source compliance is currently extremely challenging for construction firms in the city. The hiring threshold, particularly for skilled labor, are nearly impossible to achieve in today's marketplace for labor. Consider that unemployment rates in the district at the close of 1983 and 2011, when the program first implemented and when it was last amended, were 8.5% and 9.9% respectively. That is significantly higher than the current district unemployment rate of 5.6%. And the current unemployment rate for construction workers, which stands at approximately 5%. The First Source law and its last major revisions were literally enacted nearly in a decade ago, nearly in a different era. In today's labor market for construction, it can be impossible to locate and hire enough district resident workers to meet the First Source thresholds. This is especially true for skilled labor, and one of our members put it as if you are an apprenticeship or journeyman, you already have a job. This leads where was I? It is simply not worth it for taxpayers. And we believe that First Source can cost the district as much as 25 to 30% more than First Source jobs projects. So You have my full written testimony since I have some bad connection since I had to move prior locations. But with that, I just want to say thank you, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the committee for this time and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for putting your testimony on the record. He does need to send it? He did? He does. We do not have the testimony. We need you to send the testimony, sir. All right, okay. All right. Well, this concludes all of our witnesses for today. Our next hearing will be, is this correct? All right. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. And that is the team from the Events DC program, which is the Washington Convention and Sports Authority, and then all of our public witnesses testified about workforce programs, their thoughts and their ideas, and about other DOES, Department of Employment Services programs. I hope that we've learned a little bit from these agencies. Our next oversight roundtable is scheduled for Thursday, February 19th at 9:30 a.m. when we will entertain the DACL, that is the Department of Aging and Community Living, and the Commission on Aging. And then we'll follow the following week with an opportunity to hear from the DOES government witnesses only on Thursday, the 26th of February. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of the Events DC or DOES, Department of Employment Services, please upload it to the hearing management system at dccouncil.gov, or you may email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL. The hearing record will close in 10 business days. That is Wednesday, the 25th of February at 5 p.m. Again, our next performance oversight hearing will be on Thursday, February 19th. And with that, that concludes today's hearing. The time is now 2:45 p.m., same day in which we started on February 11th, 2026. The meeting is adjourned, and thank you again to everyone.